He is the director of radio Biafran television, and he's the commander of the armies of Biafran, the greatest man living on this planet Earth. This broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwa Chineke. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, even the enemies of Biafrans. You're highly welcome. As you know, one thing is for us to press on for the disintegration of this British abominable contraption called Zoological Republic of Nigeria, and for the restoration of the kingdom of God here on earth. This is our duty. That is why we assembled every day, every night. This is what we think. We don't want any other thing. We don't add any other thing. We are not going to remove any other thing. All we want is to make sure that Nigeria comes to an end. It's an abomination, it's a contraption. We must bring it to an end. We must bring it to an end. And we must make sure that indeed we restore the light of the continent of Africa, the light of the continent of the world, which is Biafra. Brothers, this is our duty, and to God be the glory that it been happen, it been done during our own time, and we must press on to make sure that this mission is being accomplished, irrespective of what the enemy is doing or what they are about to do or their plan or their threat. That is nonsense to us. We must march on. We must move on. We must press on. No going back. No going back, my dear brothers. No going back. We must continue to move on. And do not allow anything to distract you. A lot of distractions are there. Enemies are putting both internal and external, using us against us, trying to divide us. Just the same divide and rule. Divide and rule. They use you to divide us. They use me to divide us. Then they can penetrate. They use us to kill us, to reduce our population. They use us to kill ourselves in order to reduce our strength. Then they can march in. No, we are no more foolish. Get the wisdom, get understanding at this moment, brother, so that we can defeat this enemy. They are nobody. They are nobody. They are nobody. You must have that in mind. When you have this understanding, it will help you to move on, my dear brother. Today, being the 26th of September 2021, being Sunday, the Asian Rep and some group of coordinators in Asia will be coming up for some presentation. As you know, how we normally do it every Sunday here on Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE 2. The Asian Rep in the person of Oscar Okeke with some other Asian national coordinators who are making things to work, who are working effort, putting effort day and night to make sure that the kingdom of God is being restored. They are here, and they will be presenting or giving to you what they have. I will ask you to relax, because there are a lot of things they are going to tell you, a lot of things you are going to learn. You must wait. But before then, let us pray. Father, we thank you, Lord. We bless you. We give you praise. Be thou exalted, O Lord. Abba, Father, we glorify your name. We thank you, Lord God, for who you are. Abba, Father, we worship you because you are holy. There is none like thee. Take glory, Almighty God. Take glory, Jehovah Nissi. Take glory, Jehovah Jireh. Blessed be your holy name. We thank you for the life you have given to us. We thank you for everything. Father, we thank you, Lord God Jehovah, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, immortal Redeemer, that you will protect and guide him, be with him, strengthen him. The plans of the enemy over him will not come to pass. My Lord and my God, Abba, Father, we ask you, Jehovah Nissi, upon the ESN, Jehovah Jireh, that you protect them, O Lord, that the plans of the enemy over them will not come to pass. Father, you strengthen the ESN, Jehovah Jireh, you will be with them, you will help them. Immortal Redeemer, the same one presenting Biafrans all over the world, asking you to strengthen them, to bless them as well. Heavenly Father will speak to the Biafran land. Let the land arise, O Lord God Jehovah, in defense of your people, to the glory of your name. Thank you, blessed Lord. Thank you, Abba, Father. Lord, this we pray and believe that you have answered as we make this prayer in the mighty name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. Great Biafrans and friends of Biafran, just as I told you, we have some men from Asia, national coordinators from Asia, who are going to be part of this program under the leadership of the Asian rep Mazi Oscar Okeke. I will be bringing them in right now. I'll be bringing them in right now in a moment, and I'll advise you to stay by. Can you hear me? Onyisi? Can you hear me? Onyisi, can you hear me? Okay, I think I'm going to reconnect back. Just hang on while we are still trying to reconnect with them. All right. Can you hear me, Onyisi? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. You have the mic.
Thank you very much once again, Mazi Anthony Biro. Thank you very much. May people can bless you. Good morning from here, good afternoon, good evening, good night, the lovers of freedom, all Biafran and lovers of freedom. I say may people can bless each and every one of us. And also thank you, our listeners, and also IPOB members and Biafrans. Without wasting more time, I want to introduce myself, but I believe before we do anything, we have prayed. And we have called Ojukwu to come and take absolute control, and what we are going to do today. So without wasting much time, we thank Ojukwu. My name is Mazi Oscar. By special grace of Ojukwu, I hail from Nanka in Oka province, Biafran land. And also by the special grace of Elohim, I serve indigenous people of Biafra as a Asian representative, and also a member of the Directive of State. Today, I'm here with some Asian national coordinators. There is some issues we are about to discuss today. So, Biafrans, I would like each and every one of you to stay tuned. I'm going to call a few names that will join us today to broadcast. So, without wasting more time, I'm calling upon the Mazi. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, honestly, I can hear you.
Yeah, without wasting more time, please introduce yourself to Biafrans.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zones, Biafrans worldwide, all friends of Biafra and lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Ojukwu. I hail from Obo in Oka province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Okeabiama Premi Henine, I served indigenous people of Biafra as the national coordinator for the IPOB China family. Thank you, and I stand by Onyisi.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Without waste more time, I'm coming to you straight away. Mazi King David, can you hear me?
Yes, Onyisi.
Go ahead. Microphone is yours.
I thank God, the Almighty Chukwu for a day like this. Without wasting of more time, Onyisi, I thank you again for this opportunity. My name, Mazi King David Christian Eze. I hail from Amanato in Edato, local government, Imo State, Biafra land. By the special grace of Almighty Chukwu Okeabiama, I'm serving the Biafra in South Korea as a national coordinator. Thank
you very much, Mazi. Mazi King David. Without wasting more time, let us quickly go to Mazi Chimezie. Sorry, Mazi Chimezie, can you hear me? Introduce yourself to Biafrans.
Yes, Onishi.
Yeah, we'll go ahead, Mazi.
Good morning from here.
Good morning.
Ọtụtụ ọma na ụmụ Chineke, ehihie ọma na abalị ọma na ụmụ Biafra, ụmụ Ipob, anywhere you are, and lovers of freedom alike. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on your time zone. It is a privilege to be here today. My name is Mazi Chimezie Godwin. I am from Obakara. Obakara is in Umuahia province, Biafra land. And I'm serving the indigenous people of Biafra as a coordinator here in Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mazi Chimezie. Thank you very much. I hope all of us have introduced ourselves. And also, without wasting more time, I want to thank our presenter, Mwachineke. I say, may their days be long. You have been doing a great work. I say, may Chukwu can continue to bless you and also give you the strength for you to continue this work you are doing, because I know it's not an easy work. And also, I want to use this opportunity also to thank our Ipob leadership, our leader, and also all of us people in Asia saying happy birthday to our lovely, trusted leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and his own family. Because we thank Chukwu for adding more year to his year. So we really thank Chukwu for his life and what Chukwu has been doing upon his soul. And we wishing him very, very soon he will come out and rejoin Ipob family and Biafran at large. So, and also, we also thanking Chukwu for the head of the Directive of State, Mazi Edoziem, and Deputy Head of the Directive of State, and all DOS members, and also Ipob principal officers all over the world. We thank Chukwu in their life for protection and guidelines. And all this while, we never heard anything bad news from our principal officers. It's not by our doing, it's by the grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, and we must acknowledge that. So, Biafrans all over the world, without wasting more time, there's issues we want to we bring to you, we want us to look into. Last week, we discussed a lot of issues, and also with the national committee that all of us come together to deliberate on those issues, and we believe that all Biafrans heard what we said, and they also adhere to those instructions. Today, there is an issue we want to look into it again. The instruction being directed from Ipob leadership, being directed through Mazi Edoziem, the head of the Directive of State. There is an instruction he gives for all Biafrans, not just about Ipob, Biafrans. He needs that all of us must sit at home come 1st of October. And the reason why all of us must adhere that instruction, because you cannot say that you hate what is going on and they stay patronizing what is Ojukwu Republic being Nigeria are doing. When someone said that they want to reject Nigeria and they calling for referendum, that it was something you need to do. You will not be staying in one place and expecting changes in your life. It's impossible. We must apply new strategy, and that is a strategy is what Ipob leadership are applying now. That every Biafrans and lovers of freedom must sit at home on 1st of October, as directed by and also instructed by Mazi Edoziem. We must adhere to that. There is a lot of reasons. When we rejected the Ojukwu Republic had been financed and supporter of Boko Haram and all manner of terrorists, terrorizing our people. There is no day in our life we will not hear or listening about bandits, killing people, kidnapping people, raping people, demanding ransom. All manner of evil things are going on. In fact, they are going unabated. Nobody is clear. Nobody is asking questions. Nobody. In fact, they are having field day. If we say we rejected these things, there is no need. There is no reason whatsoever anybody that calls himself a people of conscience, a normal human being, nothing to celebrate in Zoological Republic. Are we going to celebrate our death? Are we going to celebrate banditry? Are we going to celebrate terrorism? What are we going to celebrate? There is urgent need that everybody comply with this sit-at-home order and even bring all the Zoological Republic flag down, because there is nothing to celebrate. There is nothing to, in fact, all the schools must surely be shut down in Biafran land. Even I will even advise other people to follow suit, because nothing to celebrate. Are we celebrating the way they are claiming innocent Biafrans on daily basis, day by day? Or are we celebrating hunger in Biafran land? Are we celebrating abject poverty? Are we celebrating no right, no road, every damn things? What are we celebrating? In fact, Zoological Republic this year will go down in history as the most evil and the most terrorizing nation to remember. That is why IPOB leadership deem it fit to give instruction that every Biafran all over the world, especially people in the Biafran land, must sit at home and bring the flag of Zoological Republic down. In fact, I don't see any reason why we'll be flagging the Zoological Republic flag, because they are killing us on a daily basis. So I'm here, not here with me alone. There is other national coordinators with me. We want to deliberate on these issues of sit at home, and the importance of this sit at home, because it's very, very important that we now talk about sit at home and the reasons why all of us must sit at home. In fact, I will now advocating that if our people will listen to the spirit of reasoning, the whole Zoological Republic is supposed to sit at home to show Janjaweed there is nothing to remember, there is nothing to celebrate about 1st of October. Because it's what we're supposed to do. Whether you call yourself a middle belt, whether you call yourself a middle, whether you call yourself a Hausa, those people that have a conscience supposed to sit at home, not even only Biafrans. Because Zoological Republic have come into the land that is at the peak of breakthrough. In fact, if you now want to describe Zoological Republic is a fair state. No two ways about that one. It's a fair state. Nothing is going in the Zoological Republic. Nothing is moving in Zoological Republic. Everything has been so terrorized. From head to toe, no institution in Zoological Republic that is working. Absolutely nothing. So that we have every reason to sit at home, and not only Biafran, every Zoological Republic, they're supposed to join suit. Because this is a noble thing we're supposed to do. So without wasting more time, I'm going to our colleagues here, Mazi. I just want you to give us what you think about this sit at home. Tell Biafran what you think about this sit at home, because we need to tell Biafran to sit at home, and lovers of freedom, especially those people in Biafran land. It's a very, very noble thing to do. In fact, we are doing it with happiness, because that is a noble thing we're supposed to do, not by force, not by forcing us. It's a noble thing we're supposed to do. So without wasting more time, Mazi, I hope you can hear me.
Very well.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, my able Asian Continental Rep, Mazi Oskokek. And in the same vein, I thank all our leadership in the Directorate of State, our head of Directorate, Mazi Edoziem, and his deputy, Mazi Nzubemike. I greet Biafrans worldwide, and I thank in a special way the privilege for all of us, given to all of us by our great and indomitable leader, Mazi Nnamdi. Our leader has taught us a lot, and as we push into this final phase of our restoration, I believe all the lessons, all the lectures we have received from him, it is time to apply them for this final push. The Biafran people have seen in the past months that the sit at home is the most effective form of civil protest. And we have been using over the years the street protest for our demand for a referendum for the indigenous peoples in the British Nigeria. We have been using this form of protest on the street. But instead of the Zoo's government, the Zoo people and the uncivilized people in government of the Zoo, to see this display of civility by Biafrans and reason with us, they deployed their army and every other gun-carrying security force to gun us down in our thousands. Now they have pushed us into sitting at home to protest the slaughter of our fellow comrades, the slaughter of our people, the rape of our sisters, our daughters, and our mothers, and the sacking of our towns and villages by their terrorists. Who knows what? They have terrorists in uniform, they have terrorists nicknamed bandits, and some nicknamed Fulani headsmen. All these forms of terrorism they have brought to our land. Therefore, the sit-at-home protests have proven to be very effective, and we are staying the course. We are staying the course. Our great leader, Nnamdi Kanu, has informed us that the whole world will see that Biafrans are civilized. We will continue to use a simple disobedience, simple civil disobedience to boycott all boycottables until the Zoo hits to our demand. And that's exactly what we will continue to do. Therefore, as has been announced by our head of directorate, the head of directorate of the indigenous people of Mazi, led by Mazi Nnamdi, 1st October 2021. 1st October 2021. This is a date that we herald a final rejection of the fraudulent and the criminal amalgamation or whatever stupid time the enemy used to force Biafra into their zoo called Nigeria. We are going to do our final displeasure and rejection of this system, of this institution of slavery by sitting at home on that very day. Everywhere in Biafra land will be locked down, and the sit-at-home protest will be used by all Biafrans to send that direct message. The direct message is that it is over for us in this zoo, and we are going home. Nobody should come out on that particular day, 1st of October 2021, for any reason whatsoever. As a matter of fact, Biafrans, we all know that adherence to the instruction of the leadership of IPOB leads us, guides us, and takes us closer to Biafra freedom. So our 100% compliance is expected and to be carried out in every city, town, and villages in Biafra land. These areas will cover all parts of Biafra land, including Delta, Anambra, Enugu, Ebonyi, Bayelsa, Rivers, Imo, Abia, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, parts of Benue, Kogi, and Edo states. All these areas of the indigenous people of Biafra will sit at home 100%. As my able rep has also advised, it is even better for every part of this group to sit at home to protest the killings going on everywhere, because it's not just in Biafra land. The killings is happening everywhere in this group. Everywhere. I don't remember or hear of any part of this group that is safe. Even the Abuja is rocking. The terrorists and the bandits are taking over. They are coming for your head. They are coming for you. All you legislators, Abuja stealing thieves, they are coming for you. It's one after the other. They are taking their job step by step. So, and adding to that, all Nigerian flags, that is these two most ugly flags, will never be found anywhere in Biafra land, with exception of the banks, as directed by our head of the Reiteration, Mazi. He has a very important reason for that, because we know the zoo always take advantage of our applications to our freedom to commit their heinous crimes. We, as they have done before, go to rob in the banks in the name of we are going to pull down a zoo flag there. But at this time, our leadership has cut off all those chances for them. So nobody should go to any bank. Our leadership has instructed they will have their own way of instructing the banking take care of that on their own. But any other place we see a zoo flag flying, we should take it down. The worst is that it cannot be in our homes, although we know we never have these zoo flags. I don't know if any real Biafran that have zoo flags in their home. But at this time, it is total rejection. So we do away with every flag of the zoo, the green, white, green nonsense. Every one of them in our homes, offices, in everywhere. It shouldn't be found anywhere. But as has been directed, let us allow the bank institution to take care of that by themselves, as we be directed by our leadership. So all these actions, we put our rejection and our march to freedom on course. Steadily, it is on course, and it will lead us to final victory. So I want to also touch about on the second item, which is our support for ESN. I think it is sacrosanct, because
thank you very much, Mazi Nwajago. Thank you very much for that information. Without wasting more time, I'm going back to Mazi. I think you're having issues. Without wasting more time, let me go to Mazi. Mazi Chimeze, can you hear me? Mazi Chimeze, can you hear me?
Onishi, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Once again, my name is Mazi Chimeze from Obakala, Umuahia province. It is fit and proper to raise a question concerning all the actions that we've been taking right from the time of our internal leader, Mazi Ojukwu, up to this day. Every Biafran must understand the reason why we are struggling and the reason why we are on this quest to set ourselves free. Freedom is paramount. Freedom is a very interesting thing in the life of every reasonable human being. And that is why, as a matter of this fact, we must do everything possible to make sure that we are free. We are free from this contraption called Nigeria. As a matter of this fact, it is our duty to make sure as Biafrans that everything about Nigeria is extinguished in our territory, Biafra land. Since 1914, I don't want to go that far, since 1960, till this day, over 60 years and counting, Nigeria has never offered any reasonable thing in our lives, in our destinies, in our future. Nigeria is a disgrace. Nigeria is backwardness. Nigeria is a crime that have been committed against in the history of this life, against man. So as a matter of this fact, we, the indigenous people of Biafra, must continue to work hard to make sure that our name is not included or inclusive in this fraud. Nigeria is a total fraud. Nigeria is a disgrace. Nigeria is pain. Nigeria is penury. That is why we are fighting day and night to make sure that we remove ourselves from this space. So as a matter of this fact, we are urging our brothers, our sisters, our people back there at home in Biafra land to respect and honor the seat at home on the 1st of October 2021. There is nothing to celebrate. If one must ask question, what is it that we have to celebrate? Is it the destruction that Nigeria have brought upon our lives? Is it the death that is going on every day? Is it the injustice? Is it the bad roads? Is it the bad governance? Is it the bad administrative system of that contraption called Zoo that we are going to celebrate? Everybody must understand that Nigeria is not what we are destined for. Everybody must understand that Nigeria is the reason why we are suffering today. Everybody must understand that word Nigeria is a curse upon anybody that happens to bear it on his identity. As Biafrans, we are urging you, all of you, to always be consistent even as we move on this struggle. We are not going back, we are not backing down. We must make sure that we set ourselves free so that those that will come before us will not suffer the way we have suffered. Many of us are not supposed to be here talking from abroad, but it's because of the situation we find ourselves in. And that is why we must do everything to end it in this our generation. The Directorate of States under the leadership of Mazi have declared that come that evil day of 1st October 2021, all of us Biafrans must sit at home. We must sit at home. We must not come out to glorify evil. We must not come out to glorify death. We must not come out to glorify disaster. Nigeria is not something that anybody can come to defend or stand for. All of us must adhere to this order. Whether you are selling, whether you are doing business, whether you are working in an office, all you need to ask yourself is this. Take your senses back to when you started working in the office and today. What are your benefits? The benefit of celebrating Nigeria is celebrating death. Nobody knows when his own time will come. If you watch what is happening right in Nigeria today, especially in Biafra land, you will see that our race is at the risk of extinction. That is why we must sit at home. That is why we must do everything possible to exonerate ourselves, to remove ourselves from this curse called Nigeria. Every Biafran, we are urging every man and woman in Biafra land, every lovers of freedom. It is not a matter of am I Ipob or not. It is a duty that we must have to do collectively. It is a directive that we must have to take very, very serious, because the issue of Nigeria is hanging everybody on the neck. And as our leader used to say, if we don't destroy Nigeria, Nigeria will destroy us. So as a matter of fact, every person must make sure that come 1st of October 2021, we must sit at home. We must not go out. We must tell Nigeria and it's evil that we are not part of it. Everybody cherish good things. Everybody cherish good life. When you think of going out on the 1st of October, look at the roads that lead to your house. Look at how far you go to get water, on your electricity, and see whether the light will on. When you think of trying to celebrate that evil, look at your educational system. Look at how your life is. When you are a market woman or man thinking to go and celebrate, ask yourself, where you are selling, is it supposed to be like that? Look at how wretched and how tattered our markets look. This is the things we are fighting for. We are trying to make a better living for our people. We are trying to make sure that our people enjoy the good things of life. That is the need for us to sit at home. That is the reason why we must segregate ourselves from this evil contraption called Nigeria, because it's a cause. We must not go out. We must not go out. It is a duty that we must have to be done. Because the issue of being identified as a Nigerian have brought us shame, have brought us regret, have brought death upon us, have brought injustice, have brought all manner of every evil thing anyone's heart can think of. And that is why we must continue to sojourn on this journey, because we will never back down until we get our freedom. As a matter of fact, it is my able advice. I am urging all Biafrans, whether you like the IPOB or not, it is our duty to make sure that we secure our future. It is our duty to make sure that when you travel on the road, nobody will kidnap you. It is our duty to make sure that when anything happens, we will get justice. It is our duty to make sure you can drive any car you want to drive without being afraid of the road to apply. It is our duty to make sure that governance is what it is and not what it is in the contraption called Nigeria. Sitting at home, we pass a message continually to Nigeria itself and the world at large that we are tired of being in this subjugation, in this pain and penury. And as a matter of fact, it is a message to them too that is holding our leader. We are telling them that they must release him unconditionally. Unconditionally, we say, because we are not going to stop until we get at the final destination. We must get freedom. Biafra is our destination, and that is where we must get to. It is not a threat. It is not a boast, but that is the way it's going to be. And as I urge all our brothers, Biafrans in the southern Biafra, those in the riverine area, it is the time in the coastal region. It is the time we stand up together. What is happening in Nigeria today, it is not, nobody is having fun. Those of us in the coastal region, are you having fun? Your resources have been slashed and now you are getting only 3%. Whereas those people that doesn't know how it came, those people that we don't know where they came from, are now getting over 100%. So how are you enjoying it? The bad roads, are you having fun? Those our brothers in coastal region. If you are in Bayelsa, are your roads the best? Do you have running water? Do you have electricity? Do you have good governance? Are the Fulanis not ravaging and destroying the farms? Are they not killing you? Are you getting justice? What is the need for you to be supporting this evil contraction? It is the time I am calling on our coastal brothers to stand up and join fully with this and comply fully with this sit at home, with every directives from the IPOB leadership under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is our duty collectively as Biafrans, both from the east, from the south, from the north of Biafra and from the west of Biafra, to make sure that we work collectively to set ourselves free from this pain and penury. For years, for almost 2 years now, most of us that are in the universities have been in one semester just because of bad system, just because of evil. That is why we must stand up. I am calling and begging and urging our coastal brothers to stand up and join this race. We must speak with one voice. It is the time for us to set ourselves free. If we are fighting to benefit what the gifts or the resources God has given you, it is only Biafra that will guarantee you that. Biafra will guarantee you safety. Biafra will guarantee you justice. Biafra will guarantee you success in every aspect of life. You will no more run abroad or run scatter or pay bribe for you to see yourself through. It is in Biafra that all man will be equal in the eye of the law. We must rise up and join in this sit at home. Celebrating Nigeria is celebrating your death. Celebrating Nigeria is celebrating your backwardness. Celebrating Nigeria is celebrating bad roads. Celebrating Nigeria is celebrating massacre, kidnapping. Celebrating Nigeria is celebrating your resources for other people to take it while you lavish in penury. It is what we have to do collectively to make sure that we set ourselves free from this evil and from this worst nightmare that has happened in the history of man. We call on every Biafrans, wherever you are, to make sure, right from the coast of Delta State to the blank of Edo State, to that of Benue State. All our people must, and Kogi State, all our people present in that place, in those places must adhere, because we need to be free. We need to enjoy the good things of life. We need to live a life worthy of emulation. We need to have running waters. We need to raise our heads and people will see us. We need to understand that life that is meaningful is worth living. I thank all of you, and I pray that all of you will understand what we are doing and always make sure that come 31st of October 2021, this contraction called Zoo will be disgraced totally. I hand over to Ebo Eshanreb Mazi. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much. Mazi, I really appreciate what you just said. You know, problem we have with Biafran land and all the so-called political juggernauts is all of them, very few among them is genuine politicians. They are not political by career. They are genuine, just very, very few. I must confess that we have in Biafran, we have very, very few people in Biafran land that is genuine as a House of Assembly, as a senators. Other ones is a political opportunist. And moreover, these people also called our politicians, most of them are confused. Really, they are confused. They don't know what to go. They don't want to which way to follow. Even some Janjaweed are asking them which way are they. They cannot even. They couldn't even answer that question. They demanded for restructuring. Janjaweed said no. Fulani Oligeka said no to them. They demanded for 1999 Constitution amendment. The same Janjaweed, Fulani Oligeka said no. They demanded to federalism. The same Janjaweed said no to them. They demanded for going back to the constitution as early as 90 former system they are using. Each geopolitical zone will now control their resources and this thing. The same Fulani say no to them. So if all they are demanded, these people refuted all of them, refused what so-called our politicians are still doing in Zoological Republic. No wonder people are saying what united them with their counterpart in the north is only corruption. Because the same politicians in Biafran land, some of them, majority of them like corrupt. They are very, very corrupt. Even in the heart, in the mindset, in their doing, everything is corrupt. That is why today they cannot be able to choose or make bold, to stand bold and declare Biafran is their stand. It's only few individuals that can be able to say Biafra. Even in their house, even in the House of Assembly, even in the senatorial session, only few individuals. Because somebody that doesn't have anything in here, they don't fear about his bucket or whatsoever to fall down. It's when you have a skeleton in your cupboard, it's when you started fearing, having fear in your mind, having fear because of EFCC, because of whatever intimidation. But when you are so clean, you're not afraid of all these things. That is why very few individuals in Biafra as a politicians can be able to stand and say what they want to say without being molested, without being cajoled, because they know they are clean, both in and outside. But the question is today, how many of our politicians can be able to stand up and say enough is enough? Because they have the mandate. Had it been all our politicians today and they said we resign, we need referendum, all our coastal region and the hinterland Biafran, all of them join together and say today we now cease to not be a zoological republic again. Today we need the Biafran. Enough is enough. In fact, let me say it here again. Let the whole world hear my voice. We will stay allowing this gender to continue lord over us, to continue doing what they are doing is our politicians. That is a very simple as ABC. If our all Biafran politicians, people in the coastal region, people in hinterland Biafran, all of us join hands together and say enough is enough, we will never see gender again in our territory. They demanded for referendum. That is where they stand. They said if you do not do this thing, they will resign. That is the end of the zoological republic. But today, majority of them are confused. They don't want to go. Going back, they don't want. Coming back, they don't want. They stand one place. They are being stagnant. Why? Because they are a bunch of confusionists. Everywhere, they don't know what to do. Even the so-called we will now turning them like a kid. Because they are so scared, because of the evil they are committed, because of the amount of corruption, the things they have eaten, the amount of money they have embezzled. They're like a wizard, they cannot talk. They just give him their head, no, they will just nod it. Because once they speak, then we will now use their EFCC and go after them. They will be silent. So what are we saying? We the people are the people that have power now to decide and to determine what we want. And now we the people are making it very obvious that we must sit at home come 1st of October. And when we are doing it, we're doing it with every joy and happiness. Why? The reason is very simple. Because we understand discretion. Because we understand our predicament in the zoological republic. How can somebody that has been a producing oil company, producing crude oil as a state, where you have every natural resources, you have every human resources in abundance, I said in abundance, yet we now be lavish with abject poverty. Yet we cannot be able to plow 247 electricity, no motorable road. What will make you to come out to celebrate? Absolutely nothing. Even upon all these things, they're not even building infrastructures, they're not giving us a free education, they're not looking after us. Yet on top of that, they clean us at will. You drive your motorcycle, you bring your personal lumber generator. After you are happy using it to sleep and wake up, tomorrow morning you want to go to your office, they will stop you on road and demand money for you. If you did not give, they will kill you. If we say we hate zoological republic, we must refuse, reject zoological republic in totality. Everything pertaining to zoological republic. Question now is, how can we reject zoological republic? By following the instruction through Ipob leadership on October 1st, stay at home. Anywhere you see their flag, bring it down and set it on fire. Because you are not worthy to set their flag in Biafran land. In fact, it's high time for all our politicians to declare their stand. If they are using it to cover our politicians, now they're supposed to say, God forbid battle, and then rise up and stand and make their stand very clear. Everything you people are demanding in secretly, in open, in public, they rejected it, say no, and we must lord over you, and they will not do nothing. We do nothing. And as you as always we are quote and all that, you don't have the power, you don't have the ball to stand up and defend your family, defend your land. And today, tomorrow, we said we are now guidance or gatekeeper of Biafran land. And even some of them who entrusted the power are talking nonsense. They even supporting Jajawu to kill us more and more. So anything we can now do in a conformity to stop the zoological republic soonest, I'm into it. I agree with it totally. And I urge each and every one of us, Biafrans in Biafran land, lovers of freedom, join hands together to end the zoo very soon as soon as possible. Because more we prolong the zoo, more they kill us. But if we can be able to stop the zoo, end the zoo very, very soon, we will now have our life. Because more we allow zoo to continue to exist, is more they will continue to kill us unabated. And they're so arrogant, they're so proud that they will kill us, nothing will happen. And that is true. They kill us, nothing will happen. But now is a time for us to say enough is enough. That is why we come, and that is the statement all of us here are making, that everybody must sit at home. So without wasting more time, I go into one of us again to tell us what he think about this sit at home. And his advice to Biafrans in Biafra, in our motherland, and our Biafrans in coastal region and hinterland. The reason where all of them must sit at home, because it's very, very important. We need to end the zoological republic as soon as possible. As our leader always said, if you do not end the zoo will end their life. Zoological republic have ended a lot of people's life. Promising young men and young women, youth, they have ended their life. But today we now join hands together to end the zoo by fire, by force. So I come on to Mazi King David. Mazi King David, can you hear me?
Yes, Onisi. I hear you. Thank you so much, Onisi.
Thank you very much.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all Biafrans worldwide, depending on your time zone. The Biafrans. I said Biafrans hope all of the Biafrans are listening. I want to tell you that when you see a child crying and pointing hand somewhere, look, if the mother is not there, the father is there. We are talking of one thing. Nigeria. I want to tell you, my brother, this freedom, our freedom is in our hands. Only if we cooperate. The world is looking at us. The world is looking at what we are going to do. Now, I want to ask you again. Can you tell me you will be celebrating when your own brother or your own father, your loved ones died, and you will be there praising and rejoicing, celebrating, and jubilating? Tell me how you feel when your own loved mother, let me use mother as an example. When you lost your mother, for those that love their mother so much, it will be like you have lost everything. This is exactly what is happening in Nigeria as we are talking today. The Nigerians, they are killing the Biafrans, killing people, not only the Biafrans, even many other people in Nigeria. And you want to tell me you will be proud coming out on that face, celebrating Nigeria. You are praising, you want to celebrate, you want to jubilate, you want to rejoice on that 1st October. Oh my goodness. And you will be, you say that you don't want Nigeria, you don't want Nigeria, but you will be there praising them, celebrating. The one will say this man is stupid. Yes, you are stupid. What are you celebrating on? You don't need to be told on all these things. When we are talking of sit at home, this 1st October, it left for every one of us, every single one of us, to obey this, this rule, because it's just like, it's generally now. Everybody should just sit at home. Now, let me say it, not only the Biafrans, even our Ojukwu brothers. In other parts of our own people, Nigerians, all over Nigerians that are suffering on all this issue of Nigeria. My brother, can we use one, or your photo now? Let us join hands and do this, the same time. Both of it was, because a child that doesn't have a parents, a child that doesn't have a mother, take advice, for the child that have a parents. I'm talking of other people, part of the Biafra. When you hear, that we are advising the Biafran to sit at home, not to celebrate this fest at home. Brothers and sisters, you need to take this advice on yourself too. We don't need to call you, on them one by one. Can we just join hands together and do this once at a time? Let the world know that we don't want this thing called Nigeria anymore. Can we do this once and for all? I want to ask you, my brothers and sisters, everybody, can you look at these children you born? Can you look at them and ask yourself, where is the future of these children? And the youth, I want you to just bring a mirror, look at yourself at the mirror, and ask yourself, where did your futures live? Can you ask yourself this question? Look, as far as you are still in Nigeria, as far as you are still bearing this name Nigeria, oh my brother, you are going nowhere. If you don't have a future, this is the pure truth. This is the pure truth, and every one of us knows it. We are talking of the politicians, just like our national coordinator, Asian, they have just said, the politicians, they are confused because of the little change you have, and you don't want now you want Nigeria because of the little change they are giving you, the money they are giving you, and this money you are after. This money is just for you and your family. You don't care about others. I want to use Korea. I'm in South Korea. I want to use Korea as an example. If you come to Korea here today, my brother, you don't know who is poor, who is rich. Everyone are in the same thing. Because that which a poor man can, which a rich man can afford, a poor man can afford it too. In Korea here today. How did they achieve it? Because they use one hand to do it. During the time when they were still under the Japanese, they are looking. They want to free themselves from Japan. Just like as we have IPOB today worldwide, that is the same way. The South Korea, they have their own freedom fighters all over the world. They have groups in their groups of them all over the world. They have leaders guiding them. When the time comes, the people of South Korea, people in America, in Germany, in different parts of the country, be you a doctor, be you a lawyer, be you an engineer, be you whatever you are, they leave everything they have, they are doing, their hard work, the money they are earning that place, and they come to Korea to join to do the sacrifice for their country without expecting any salary. Tell me, oh my brother, I don't know what to do. Look, I want to tell you that Biafran. God give us one of the best gifts ever. The wisdom God give us, is exceptional. We are one of the wisest people in the world, but we don't use it. We don't use it. gift that God gave you. It's only when you put it in practice that is when you see it, when you see it to manifest. But if you had it, that gift will just die like that. God has given us the gift, the wisdom, to do everything. But look at us, we just hide under Nigeria because of rubbish. Some change, some people when oh my goodness. Biafrans, please, I want to tell everybody, I don't believe in talking too much, because I believe that a word is a wise. One word is a word is a wise for the it's enough for the wise. Sorry, a word is enough for the wise. A child who will learn must learn. We know something, but being a fool, whatever you tell a fool, he will still be where he is. We are the wisest people in the world. If you believe it, just take it. If you don't believe it, just take it as you think. But I want to tell you that God give us the best wisdom in the world. Watch when this nation called Nigeria, when Biafra will go on their own, those people will go on their own, and you see other people go on their own. My brother, you will see what is happening. You will see it. Now, when we are talking of the Biafran, the Nigerian flag should be put down. I advise everybody, whenever you see Nigeria from tonight, whenever you see this flag, put it down. Except the banks, because they always have a reason why they say don't go to the bank. Because some people use that opportunity, to rob the bank and all these things. So don't go to the bank, or do it with communicate to the bank, and they will do it by themselves. But apart from bank, every other place you see the Nigerian flag, put it down. I am so ashamed to see some of our people keeping even Nigerian flag in their own house. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Let me watch again from Nigeria. Keeping Nigerian flag in your own house and be proud, putting on Nigerian jersey on your body, going around. God forgive us. God forgive us. Truly, God forgive us. Our leader, our Onyindu Martin Tadekalo, has taught us a lot. And he will be expecting us, to do, what he has taught us. So if we do all those things, our leader is alive. He will be proud of seeing what is happening, all over Biafran. Even all over Nigeria. See both of one brother and other people. See what is happening, my brothers and sisters. I tell you, just like I said before, a word is enough for the wise. We don't need to talk from now till tomorrow before you can learn. I believe somebody who will learn must learn. That is it. So we don't need to go more far. Just take it that on 1st October, nothing like celebration. Everybody should just sit at home. It doesn't matter the type of business you are doing, the type of or whatever. Just sit at home. Let the world know that we don't want Nigeria anymore. Nigeria is now a past tense. Nigeria is now a past tense. Let's face the president, my brothers and sisters. Please, that's my advice to every single one of us, all the Biafrans, our Ojukwu brothers, and every other part, even the Hausas. That is my best advice, to them. For anybody to just, let's just use one hand, one or to kill one, two birds. All hail Biafra.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much. Yes, I understand what he meant by that, because it's a high time for us to rise up and make our demand, make the whole world to hear us. Because for a very long time, we have intellectuals, we have professors, in fact, we have so-called academians, being what Ojukwu can have concocted into our lives. By now, we're supposed to figure a way to have our own nation called Biafran and build civilization. have been campaigning this thing from day one. I don't see anybody from hinterland said that we are the wisest people, we are so intellectual, which we know we are one of the wisest people on the surface of the earth. But one thing we're lacking is for our ability for us to resolve our own issue on our own way. And that is that platform that all of us are lacking is by special grace of Ojukwu. Through the instrumentality Ojukwu have given it to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, we now form IPOB. Through this IPOB leadership, those things we're lacking as a race, as indigenous people, all of them we now have it in Biafra and IPOB leadership. Those qualities that we needed for us to catapult us where we want to be. All of those ingredients in the IPOB. What am I trying to say? When you said you hate something, you reject something, you need to make it abundant clear that everybody will see it and know that you rejected this thing and they hate this thing, you hated this, something like that. You will not say you hated the Ojukwu Republic. On 1st of October, you now prepare a small student to go give a special number or give some song or to do some parade, like marching and giving all this parade, meaning you are not serious. But if you are genuine, serious that you are now passing through hardship, untold hardship, difficulties. This sit at home is not only made for Biafrans, even Hausas, Southern Kadunas, Oduduwa's brethren, all of them must key in. Because I don't see anything to celebrate. What are we celebrating? Are we celebrating 5-point-something million Biafran then killed through 1967 to 1970? Are we celebrating them? Don't you know when we go there and sing him and saying one Ojukwu Republic, we are now mocking them, those our forefathers that fought that we may live today. Those our heroes and heroines that fought that we may live today. We are just like we are mocking them. Because those men, young men, then fought gallantly for us to be alive today. And tomorrow someone will come out and say they want to celebrate. What are you celebrating? I realize some people are doing it not because they love it, but they do it because of the jealousness and envy and anger and the wickedness in their hearts. And the common bond all of them have is corruption. Corrupt mind that bind them together. That is what propelling them to do their evil. But today, those things lacking in Biafra, whether you are from coastal region, whether you're from hinterland region, IPOB and offering all those things that are lacking in the Ojukwu Republic, which is a voice to gather our people, a voice for the voiceless, a voice of liberation, a voice of freedom, a voice of liberty, a voice to total liberation of our ancestors' home. That is what lacking in the Ojukwu Republic. And that is what Biafran, IPOB, offering to Biafran in general. The voice of voiceless. Where you come and speak the truth, conk truth, undiluted truth without any compromise. That is what we are doing today. That not even only about Biafrans, every genuine indigenous people in the Ojukwu Republic called contraption, called the Ojukwu Republic, called Nigeria, must sit at home on 1st of October. The reason I'm saying this, they cannot complain that they killing you. At the same time, you just went out and continued to celebrate them. Celebrate people that are killing you. It doesn't make sense to me. If you say that these people are killing you, you have been subjected to added poverty. You have been subjected to all manner of evil. You don't have that mind to go out there and join them in celebration. No, it doesn't make sense. And that is why the world power are looking at us as people that we are now lacking something. that we are not reasoning well. That is why our leader always critical of us. Because of the way we are processing information, because of the way we are reasoning. You cannot complain that zoological republic is not good. At the same time, you're going to out there and continue to celebrate their 1st of October. It doesn't make sense to me. And our politicians, genuine politicians, they cannot say that you hated what Fulani or Lekeke are doing, all their appointees throughout from Fulani extradition. Yet he joined them in celebration. Why not you so-called political caucus? Why not you so-called their political juggernaut? Why not you so-called political in Biafran land? Join hands together and serve your people selfless. And come together and say, we want to put end to zoological republic. What prevented you people to do that? Rather, we join hands and secretly and clean your people. But today, the voice of voiceless, which IPOB leadership have offered to Biafrans in general, have stand up today and make it abundant clear that there will be a seat at home 1st of October. And every genuine people in zoological republic, not only about Biafran, we adhere to that instruction because it's a call of reason. When you say that these people are tormenting you physically, mentally, otherwise, there is nothing to celebrate. In fact, if the whole zoological republic will lock down on 1st of October, the world will step in and ask you what is going on. Are you celebrating amalgamation of Lord Lugard, the one that killed us with impunity? What are we celebrating? Sometimes it beat my imagination the way our people are reasoning. What had become over our people? Even think about, even some people will even say, let them go. What are you celebrating? Are you celebrating death, untimely death, premature death? Are you celebrating banditry? Are you celebrating kidnappers? Even they make it abundantly. If you are NY, whatever they call youth service, as mandated in zoological republic, once you are after university, you must go and serve your zoological, you must go and serve Nigeria for 1 year. I don't see why people even engage in serving zoological republic. They cannot offer you anything. And now they made it abundantly clear when you're traveling to see your family after service, or maybe you want to go to weekend to go and visit your family, give your contact number, tell them that you are about to go. So when the bandit now kidnap you, there will be a quick response in order to buy your ransom. Imagine, it's not the factors that is showing that the zoo is a failed state. And here we are. Even some people will even argue, you don't need to sit at home. Some people will argue, is it this way we're going to get a Biafran? Imagine. I don't want to say much because a lot have been said in this regard. But I call on the Biafrans and the Nigerian youth for them to shine their eyes, for them to rise up and stop all this evil. It's time for us to reject the zoological republic in all ramifications. For us to be able to say enough is enough. We reject evil. We don't want to continue this way. Once we can be able to stand firm and proclaim it and say it and stand on it, believe me, power belongs to people. We will win the battle. And now this thing brings me to another topic, because our listeners knows that we always come on Sundays to have a chat and have conversation with the Biafrans, and also to deliberate on some pivotal informations or issues in our land. Today again, without exceptions, we must also deliberate again in issue about supporting Eastern security. Some people will say, is it every Sunday we come, some Asia coordinators come on every Sundays we are always talk about supporting Eastern security? Yes. Yes. Without saying it, what are we going to say? Without supporting this thing, what can we going to use to defend our ancestral land? Day by day is no longer news. It's no longer a topic. Banditry are entering even military cantonment, their location or their office or their camp, massacre them, convert all their ammunition, bring it to their own camp, using it even sometimes money. Is it a news again? Is it a news that they are going straight to the school, capture school students, take as much as young pretty girl they want and take them and marry them off, pregnant them? Those one they don't want to feel that these people is not there, they will demand money for ransom. Is it a news again? See, then is anybody coming in our school? Is it a topic again? It's no longer a topic. In fact, as a matter of reality, is a kind of situation we now living on our life on daily basis. In fact, it had become a norm. Nobody take it, even when you come and arrest them or see when they massacre somebody or cut their head off. He say, hey, just go. He said, they become a norm. It's like a normal. Killing had become normalized in our day-by-day life. Raping had been part of life. Ransom had become part of life. Staying in darkness had become part of our life. Unmotorable road had become part of our lives. Killing people had become part of our life. Cutting people their head off had become part of our life. In fact, everything evil and ugly become part of our life. Capturing houses, turning women widow, it had become our story. Nobody panic again. Nobody take it as a kind of evil. Nobody sees it as evil. It has become a kind of a normal. Now I'm asking questions. Do you know all these things you are highlighted? It's not an issue. It's not a topic in the Western world. Because it's a necessity. You ought to have light. You ought to have a clean water. You ought to have a motorable road. You ought to have a good hospital. It's a necessity. And those necessity, you're bound to have it. No politician uses it to do campaign. Why I highlighted your affirmation is because of our stupidity of our people. People do the work of okay. People enemy encroaching our people on daily basis. They are busy gossiping, busy fighting, busy waging war, busy talking all manner of things, busy doing all manner of evil. Our politicians are grabbing money while enemy is at the gate, planning how they will capture our land. And those so-called politicians, so-called gatekeepers, we commit our life. It's not our life. We commit our necessity into their hands. They look the opposite side. They even go and conspire with our enemy to kill us more. I'm talking about our politicians. That is why I call him all those genuine businessmen in Alaba, in Ojukwu, in wherever they call it, trade fair, in Biafran land, in diaspora. There is urgent need for us to support this Eastern Security Network. For them to safeguard our land. Our people are saying, we need to come up and support them. If people are approaching, I don't know if you people will agree with me. If not by grace of Ojukwu Abiyama, who by his own wisdom endow our beloved leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with wisdom for him to set up a Eastern Security Network, by now I don't know what would have been our fate. To be honest, I want to just be candidate to you all. So whatever we are seeing in the land is minimized to compare the level mayhem, the level death, the level affliction these people could have caused to us if we didn't have this Eastern Security Network. And that is why we deem it fit. Every Sundays we come and remind Biafrans, people in diasporas, genuine men and women in Biafran and those rich people, we are not the exception. Now is time for you to come up through back door, support Eastern Security. Let us do this thing and end zoo. We need to end zoo as quick as possible. Your alliance, you are obedient to zoo, will never help you. They will help you today, give you a limited time. The next tomorrow, they will give you project you know that you couldn't be able to succeed. they will even ask you to go and carry at the whole village before they will give you another contract or give you another license. Anything coming from zoo is a devil alternative. Their blessing is curse. Their promise is demon. Nothing comes in zoo that is good. The only traffic way, the only best opinion is for all rich people, men and women, to support this Biafran struggle, especially Eastern Security Network, for us to move on and soldier on and restore Biafra as quick as possible time. Without wasting more time, I'm going back to one of our national content for him to tell Biafran the need and also the reason why must all of us support this Eastern Security Network. Without wasting more time, I'm going back to Mazi King David. Mazi King David, can you hear me?
Yes, Onisi.
Go ahead. Microphone is yours.
Yeah. Onisi, almost you have said it all already. The thing there is our borders, all the Biafrans worldwide. For us to have Eastern Security Network is a grace, is the best thing ever the Biafrans can achieve. Starting from the time our leader Mazi bring the Eastern Security Network. Starting from that moment, that is when you see peace in Biafra land. Now, I don't know how you think that this the Eastern Security Network, our own people, these are our own people, this is our own. Our own is our own. Now, tell me how they can, move on without our support, without giving them what they need. The things they need. Look at them being inside the forest, sleeping inside the forest. Now look at me and you. Look at me and you. We are inside our own house, staying with our family, doing whatever you want, whatever we need, go wherever you are. But look at these people, those who sacrifice their own life. They sacrifice themselves just to serve me and you, to protect me and you. This way they have seen what has been happening, in our villages, in the Biafra land, and they are not happy with that. But I and you, we don't have the time. We don't want to sacrifice ourselves. It's them. They volunteer ourselves. They volunteer their time, their energy, everything. They leave their house, be in the bush, protecting me and you. Now, tell me, what are we supposed to do? Somebody who is ready to die for you, and what are you going to do to protect him, to support him for what he's doing? It's just only put our support. It's only when you bring our support, to tell them that yes, you appreciate what they are doing. You are happy of what they are doing. If you don't do that, they will feel like they are just wasting their time for like that. So my brothers and sisters, we don't need to be asked again to do the needful. That which we know that we're supposed to do is a mandatory thing, it's a supposed thing that we know that we're supposed to do it. If we don't do it, tell me where do you expect them to bring those things? Since you know that they are not doing any other business, they are in the bush day and night. The rain fall on them, the sun hit on them, everything on them. They are just used like us, both the young ones and the old people. They are there for everything, because of us. Only for us to just bring the little that we have to support them, to tell them to go ahead, go on for what you are doing. We are so happy for what you are doing. Whatever they need, whatever they need, they don't need to ask for anything. Everything's supposed to be, extra before them. My brothers, please, my brothers and sisters, let us use one mind, one hand to do the needful. Anything you have, and this is not what you do once you last. No, it's continuously. They need to be eating every day. What they wear on their leg, the boot they wear on their leg, because they are going on the forest every day and night. The clothes they used to cover their naked bodies. The little food they will eat. So this is continuously. Not that if you do today, you relax, you say that you have done it. No, it's continuously. Because since you eat every day, you will drink every day. That is the same way they need it. They need those things. They need to eat it every day. They can't eat once and relax. No. And they need something. They need something in their hands, to protect themselves. They cannot go out there empty-handed. No, it's not possible. So this is what we're supposed to do, between every day. We tell our friends, lovers of freedoms and lovers of Biafrans, all of them should join hands together, to do, to do the needful. Whatever we get, we just send to them. Anytime we get something, we send to them continuously. Biafrans, please, let us do the best thing we know that we're supposed to do. It's not everything that or we want people to tell us to do this and that. No, not everything that we need to or to be asked to do. No, there's things that we need to do by ourselves. Just do some. You see, some of us, you can go to a bar and you waste more than let's use in dollar. You can waste more than $10, $20, $30 in a day. You see, some people carry their girlfriends. With only their girlfriend, they go to a hotel or any restaurant. You see, they spend money like anyhow. But you see that person who is protecting you, using his own life because of you, and you cannot bring that little thing that you have to support that person. Now, but that is evil. That is evil. That's what we call sin. This is a complete sin. Do you think that only sin is only when you steal, only when you kill someone? No. That's the thing that which you're supposed to do, and you fail to do it. It's a sin. Like I keep saying, I say that I'm not that type that I always like to talk much. I believe that a word is enough for the wise. So please let us, use one mind, to just together that which we have, to give to our own people. They are our own brothers, they are our own sisters, they are our sons, they are our fathers. Let us, support them, give them the exactly what they need, so that they can carry on. They'll be happy that yes, they are the people they are protecting, or they really appreciate what they are doing, so that they will continue. So when we support, when we appreciate what they are doing, you see them doing everything, a lot of things. Even the one we didn't expect. So, brother and sister, please let us use one hand to do it with one mind. Thank you so much, my leader.
Thank you very much. That is beautiful. Thank you, Mazi, King David. Thank you very much. I think take away from underline point. We must underline that statement. He said that if these men and women will deprive themselves comfort home and staying in the bush in order to guide our life, there is a need, we must support them. That is the message from Mazi, King David. And we now encourage our people to rally around and do needful to support them. Not once, not twice. In fact, it's what we're supposed to do in a regular basis. Because what they're doing, if someone can bring out his life, I think there are people that made, I will say, the most powerful sacrifice in this Biafran restoration. Because if somebody can bring out his life, say he ready to submit his life, he's willing to die, I think their sacrifice, we have a different category of sacrifice. Their own, I will say, is like number one. So, and we must appreciate it, and we must acknowledge them by doing things we ought to do. So that is the message from Mazi King David. Thank you very much for that wonderful thing. National Grant from South Korea. Without wasting more time, let me go back to Mazi Wajago. Mazi Wajago, can you hear me?
Very well, I'm here.
Okay, please tell us, tell Biafran that all of them are listening now. Tell them the reason and the need for us to support Eastern Security Network. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, our leader in Mazi Oscar Kepe. Biafrans worldwide, I come again to encourage us to do the need. I think it's a very simple instruction, and I believe we have heard this over and over again, and we already know what to do. But for those who have not had enough, or those who need to hear more, we are here to encourage you to do the need to support our Eastern Security Network. I want to say something that our people need to understand, that this ESN is our only and our last. The people that have brought themselves, these are our volunteers, they have presented themselves for ultimate sacrifice to use their life to defend our land. They are defending our land every day that the sun rises. So the issue, talking about support for Eastern Security Network, I don't think in any way it can be overemphasized. It is something we must do. Because we quote from the American Declaration in 1776 that is a self-evident truth that all men are born equal and created equal by the Almighty Ojukwu. And we are all endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights, and among these rights are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So, if we have right to live in our life, in our land, we must have right to defend ourselves, and our right to pursue happiness. How can you be happy in such a dangerous society? A society where you can never guarantee you will come back home when you move out. Everybody, it doesn't matter who is that, everybody is not safe. To my fellow Biafrans, it is sacrosanct and pivotal to support and sustain and strengthen our volunteers in the Eastern Security Network. Whatever we do, whatever we think or what we say, the first and the last line of defense for the continual existence of our way of life and our survival as the people, the survival of our young generation, the survival of generations to be born, everything hangs on this project called ESN, the Eastern Security Network. So whatever we do, think, or say, the demand to support the Eastern Security Network is very important. And every one of us, especially those in diaspora, and all our rich people back home, everybody must support the Eastern Security Network. Everybody must do something to finance this project. It is called money. It's not about any other way. It is money. Our commanders and our leaders of the front line, they know how to process and assess what they need. But money, we must finance it. We must support. Everyone must put hands together. It's something that is morally right. Because these volunteers, they will continue to defend our towns and our villages, our farmland, our bushes from the vampire masquerading themselves bandits. Why? I think these are conk terrorists sponsored by Atorok, and they in our land they are served by our so-called leaders, that is the state governors in Biafra land. They are called leaders. We gave them the mantle to lead us to security, to safety, to lead us to prosperity. But they are leading us to death by working with the enemy, working with the terrorists. But my information to them, all these governors and those who we gave the mantle and those who stole mantle of leadership, all of them put together, we are the people. We, the Biafran, are the people. And you can never defeat the people. We will come for all of you when the time is right. When our madness is built up and overflows. Right now, our speech, we talk to our people today on this topic of support for Eastern security. So my fellow Biafrans, let us do all we can. We will not talk the whole day on this topic, but as my coordinator from Korea has, a word is enough for a wise. Our people are wise to understand, and everything humanly possible will be done. Continue in this push to freedom until we arrive at the day. Thank you, Biafrans worldwide, and my regards to every of IPOB, everyone in IPOB leadership. And thank in a special way by Rep Mazi. Okay, Mazi,
thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much, Mazi Nwajago. I think your information is well noted, and you give us very, very important information this afternoon. And I want to all listeners to listen very good, because there is things I want to put in a nutshell regarding your information you just give us. You know, when you talk about prosperity, when you talk about anything, when you talk about future, you think about security. Because there is a takeaway in this information Mazi Nwajago just gave us now. You know, when you think about future, when you think about safety, when you think about building civilization, you first of all you think about security. Because without security and life, there is absolutely nothing you can be able to do. It's only people that are alive will now think about tomorrow. It's only people that are alive that can be able to build houses and get married. If you are dead, you will not be able to marry again. If you're in hospital, you will not think about anything. You will think about for you to be able to walk again, for you to be healed and eat, not even think about riches. So now you see the vital information Mazi Nwajago just gave us now, meaning that we think about life first. What is life? Life is security. If we not protect our ancestral land and we allow the enemy to crouch and overpower us, God forbid battle, not only they will kill us, they will take what our property and take what belongs to us and render us in our own right to become minority. So you see, when you think about those people in diaspora that thinking you want to build this, you want to build that, they want to bring investment in our place, they cannot build it in a tattered land, they cannot build it in unconducive area. When you talk about investment, you must invest where it is conducive and where they have a vibrant economy. They cannot come in such a place called Zoological Republic. They started saying they want to invest. That is why investors are running out from Zoological Republic. Because when you don't have security, how can you invest? That is why the point Mazi Nwajago made this afternoon is very, very important. He's taken away in his point, because we almost understand when we think about anything we are about to do in Biafran land, we must first of all think about life, and that life starts from securing that our land. Because if you don't secure our land, those bandits, those terrorists, they will come in and kill us. When they kill us, who will you president over? When we kill us, who will you govern again? When we kill us, who will you said that you will represent him as a National Assembly, as a senator? Who will you said you want to represent again? So when we think all this is, we must first of all think about the life of our people. You cannot tell me that you are in the House of Assembly, you are a senator, you are a governor, and you love your people. Yet your policy, your acting, your actions and unactions is geared towards killing your people. You are fellow Biafrans. Our Catholic said he hate Biafran with a pathological hatred. He never loved Biafrans at all. Because when you love Biafran, there is a things you will be doing when we know that genuinely you love Biafrans. But I never see any Biafran governor. All this eastern, all this Biafran land, both coastal region and hinterland region, I never see the new governor say that he loves his people. Because when you love people, there is a things we do. We're not errant. We're not alien with what is happening in our land. We now see what is going on in our land. We know what the foreign oligarchy is doing. We know what the evil men, political juggernaut are doing in our land. We are not stranger to all these things. All these things, we are now seeing this evil they are doing, committing on day by day, is telling us at face. So when we talk about we love our people, we must first of all think about security. Think about the life of our people. That is very, very important. You cannot killing people that you, at the same time you say that you love that people. It's a hypocrite. And it's a lie from pit of hell. So when you are as a governor, when you are as a senator, when you are as a House of Assembly, you say that you love people, you must show it by your actions. You cannot turn around and kill your people and at the same time you say that you love the same people that you kill. It's not possible. The only people that have profess and confess love is our leader, and he show it towards Biafra and also IPOB leadership and IPOB in general. And a few individual politicians. Others, I don't see what they're doing. And also other lovers of Biafran, because there is other genuine Biafrans, they're not even my IPOB member, but they have doing a lot of things in order to support what we are doing. So without wasting more time, thank you very much, Mazi. Your topic is well noted, and also those takeaways, I believe the Biafrans are also keying in and getting those information, because it's very, very vital in what we are doing and what we are saying. So without wasting more time, let me quickly go to Mazi Chineze. Can you hear me? I want you to also encourage our people to keep on supporting our Eastern Security Network. It's very, very important. As Mazi highlighted us today, that is very, very vital. Life, when you think about prosperity, you think about life. So Mazi Chineze, please go ahead. Microphone to you.
Onisha, I can hear you clearly. Mazi Oscar Keke, my SRF, I thank you.
Go ahead.
Mazi, the issue of security is so paramount. It is a necessity. Even as those days we learned in school that what is the most basic importance of life is food, clothing, and shelter. But as time goes on, I decided to say that those people that wrote those three necessities, that they made a very big mistake. To me, security would have been the first important thing, as long as life is all about. Life is so precious, and that is why even nature itself, abhors any person that takes life, no matter the way you take it, unless if on the basis of self-defense. What am I trying to say here is this. I want to use this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our men on ground, the ESN, personnel who are making sure that no matter the threats that are coming from the enemy within, being the politicians and some of those bastard, sorry to use that word, people in Biafra land that is sabotaging their efforts. Still, they keep on marching on. My regards goes to our ESN members, the commanders on ground. We are seeing your handwork. In fact, what you are doing today is the reason why we are not running like other tribes in that contraption called Nigeria. First of all, I want to thank our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the only man I cherish so much, that have done what I have never seen since I came to this life. And at the same time, I want to send my regards to him and tell him happy birthday on behalf of Ipob Thailand. We appreciate and we urge him to age young, even as he will lead us and to this glorious land of the free, God Biafra. Mazi, I want to start by their own record, being the zoo, the amnesty. They said they called Nigeria the land of the harvest of death. It is not me. These are people that they are paying, but they call that contraption harvest of death. For the past few years till now, these terrorists have killed more than 300,000 people. These people did not commit any crime. These people did not go to steal. These people did not maybe cause any harm to anybody. These are people that were sleeping in their houses. These are people that went to the farm, since the government cannot provide. They went to their farms to go and look for how to make an ends meet, because it's a necessity. But they were slaughtered, some of them with their families, with their children, with everything that has to do with their family. Some people lost, their lineage is gone, because they found that the only crime they committed is because they found themselves, or should I say they call themselves Nigeria. As a matter of this fact, the need to secure our lives become a very important thing, and that is why our leader launched ESN. And this is the reason why we must do everything humanly possible. For those of us that are spiritual, we will still do everything spiritually possible too. But they can do both. This is the adage in our language. For those who are religious, it is only when you help yourself that heaven can think of trying to help you. But as a matter of fact, Chukwu Kadama have made us, give us brain to reason and walk towards our means of survival. And then he is guiding us spiritually. Our ESN men on ground, they are very, very precious to us. And it is our duty to make sure that they are provided with every necessity that is within our power to provide for them. We are calling on every Biafran, everybody that loves life, whether home and abroad, whether white, green or yellow, everybody that appreciates the importance of life, to acknowledge the facts that these men must be supported. They must be supported financially. They must be supported spiritually. They must be supported in any way to make sure that they subdue these vagabonds from the Sahel. It is our duty, whether you are IPOP member or whether you are not an IPOP member, so far you are a Biafran that loves where you come from, that loves your nation. In Biafra land, you must make sure that in one way or the other, that you must do anything that will bring great support to our men on ground, because they are doing a great job. Olisima, I take you back, I will go back to some issues. Amnesty International have reported that since on August 4th, that more than 115 people were killed in the southeast of Nigeria. They made it specific. This is why I'm grabbing. Just a few days ago, 57 people were killed, so many houses razed down, and a lot of businesses damaged. All these people in Kaduna State, all these people, they didn't commit any crime. It is because they saw themselves in Nigeria. And this is what we are telling our people. For the fact that we remain to identify ourselves as Nigeria, there is this tendency that it will surely come. it will surely come. And that is why the need to defend our land is very, very necessary. The need to support those putting their life on the line to make sure that our women, our mothers go to their farms, our children goes to school, our people travel safely. That is why we must put them at the esteem of everything we are doing. Whether you are living in abroad, you must have to make sure, you must have to understand that the lives of your brothers, your family, and the Biafrans at large at home is a necessity. Because no one, and that is why we must work hard. That is why we must do everything possible to defend, to support ESN. It doesn't matter the kind of discouragement that is coming from anywhere. One thing we must understand is this, that the people piloting the affairs of the Fulanis, that they know much. They will bring a lot of propaganda. They will bring a lot of issues to demoralize the mind of our people from supporting our men that will defend our land. Because they have a very one simple mission, to kill everybody and take over their land. And we have told them, just like our leader told them, that it has never happened in the history of Biafrans, and it will never happen in this, even in the nearest future. We must defend our land. It is a necessity. Even it is more important than food. It is more important than clothing, because it is only he that is alive that we can feed, clothe, and even build house. Most of our youth have indulged in the game of trying to show themselves as regards to how rich they are, forgetting that security is paramount. Just a few days ago, the terrorists, because now they wear uniform, they call them EFCC, they call them military, they call them police. They come, they kill our people because they know when they come in their real identity, we will identify them. And that is why they have decided to be killing our people wearing their uniforms. And we have taken note of that. Just a few days ago, our people, our EFCC invaded hotels. People's projects. That is why where I am coming in now to tell our people, those who are well to do. It is not about having investment. It is all about securing that investment. Many people were ransacked in hotels who came to just live free life, to stay maybe because they came from a far journey, but they were disturbed, they were disgraced, they were brutally tortured by the so-called EFCC because Nigeria is a visionless state. That is why an EFCC should leave his duty to go to hotel to go and disturb people. These are investments. But one thing we need to understand is that we must have to defend our land. I am not against any investment, but I'm telling our people, before ever we think of saying, oh, let me do this, we must to think about the security of our people. We must to checkmate the SSCs of these vagabonds from the Sahel and their government that is sponsoring them, to make sure that anybody in our land is safe. And it is necessary. It is very, very necessary, because as they are killing other tribes that are in this contraption called Nigeria, their target is Biafra land, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. They have tried. Look at what they are doing in the state through the governor Omahi. You know, one thing with these governors and these politicians is this: they think we are fools, but the day of reckoning is coming. Look at what they are doing, killing people. When you walk out of your house, you will be killed without any crime. Nobody is investigating it. Nobody is asking questions. And then somebody will be somewhere talking against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, talking against ESN, because they have agenda to overrun us, which they can never do. Why I am calling on our people, both home and abroad, while you are thinking of living stylishly, lavishly, while you are thinking of building that best mansion, while you are thinking of buying that best car, always understand that those things that house can be inhabited by the living. That car can only be driven by the living. So that is why our life is very, very important. While you are trying to spend that money, remember that there is a need to defend, to promote the security of your sovereignty of your land. You don't necessarily have to be in IPOP. You can support the men through back door, because we need to secure our land. Once they kill you, since they reported they killed 115 people, and the people that kill these people in Southeast are security men. They call them security men, but they are terrorists in uniform. They have come in a new dimension to make sure that they will pave a way for their evil agenda, so that they can, maybe from what they think, run over Biafra land, which they can never achieve. As a matter of this fact, it is our duty. It is everybody's duty, both men and women, to make sure, who are handy, to make sure that these men are being taken care of properly. They have decided to take their lives for us. They have decided to take the bullet for us. They have made that decision that they will defend us with their life, that we may live. As a matter of fact, they are adding more, because the people that have done the best in this struggle are those that have died while fighting for this struggle, and more or less, and greatly our leader. We must have to do great things. We must have to think positively. The issue of security is not something that is on the basis of one person, or on the finance of one person. All of us must come together. Whether you are maybe you don't want to dent your name because you are somehow. You don't want the zoo to know that you are with us. You can do it privately. You can do it secretly, so that our people can be saved. You are not doing it for us. You are doing it for yourself, because these people can never stop. Your children, wherever they are, one day they will come home, and they might be kidnapped. They might fall victims. Many of today they are kidnapping House of Assembly members, House of Rep members, senators. They can't even travel by road. This is not how to live in a society in this 21st century. While people are thinking of innovations, while people are thinking of how to be more free, we are grasping, in fact, to even go home as quickly as 5 o'clock, to avoid the cases of insincerity, the cases of security, where you can be killed or shot or through enemies by all these bandits, all these terrorists from the Sahel. It is our duty to do the right thing. Our land is very, very important and precious to us. In Igbo, in our custom as Biafrans, life is precious. That is why we answer it in name. We answer Ndubisi. If it is life that decides what future will tell, for those that are planning 2022, for those that are planning 2023, how do you know, how are you sure that you will be alive with what is happening in Nigeria, what is happening in that contraption? For those that are thinking that they will do this or that tomorrow, what I want you to understand today is that you must keep this advice, and this question is in your mind. Will you be alive up to that time with what is happening? If nothing is done about Nigeria, about this struggle, if we did not segregate ourselves from this den of death, harvest of death as they call it, how do you hope that you are going to see tomorrow? How do you hope that your investments will stand the test of time? In Abuja today, they are destroying hotels because they have agenda. And today, while you are enjoying drinking or popping champagne, always understand that life is precious. Always put this in at the back of your mind. It is in parentheses, I am putting it. Only he that sees looks to something somehow. What are we trying to say here? We are trying to encourage our people and those who love the lovers of freedom. Sometimes they see it's IPOP, it's only IPOP. IPOP cannot be everywhere at every time. Your little support will help us to go a long way. It will help these men on ground to go a long way. And for those who have been at the helm of sabotaging, exposing our men on ground, your days are numbered. We know all of you. Those who have taken it upon themselves because of 1 naira or 1,000 they will give you. You will go and sabotage our men on ground. We know all of you. And it is a reckoning day. It will come. It will surely come. Because we will never back down. We must surely secure our land. No matter what it takes. What you are seeing is NATO. Majority will come. Those of us in diaspora, there will come a time we will march home. And at that time, let everybody, all of them that are working against this struggle, all of them that are working against our people, let them pray that that time will never come. Because if it comes, none of them, even their lineage, will never be spared. So as a matter of fact, I urge all of us, both in the Eastern Biafra, Southern Biafra, Western Biafra, Northern Biafra land, to stand up to this quest of securing our land. For those that call themselves South Niger Delta, look at Dubai today. Dubai is oil producing country. Look at Ogoni, that where the oil is coming from. All of you travel to Dubai, but you have the same thing that made Dubai what it is. In Biafra, all of you will not go to protest for increment of derivation. You will have your resources and control it by yourself. In Biafra, you will no more go to Dubai for holiday. People will come to your land for holiday. In Biafra, the resources that is being dug in your land, that they take the headquarters to Lagos, Abuja, the headquarters will be in that same community, where you will sit down to discuss what that resource is and the revenue generated there will be used for. In Biafra, all of us, the Ogoni people will not go to fish in their farm, and all they will meet is oil spillage. In Biafra, all of you will see what is modern Dubai in the coastal region. In Biafra, everybody's life will matter. In Biafra, the love of Ojukwu will reign. In Biafra, nobody will threaten your life, your existence, your resources, your income, your God-given gifts. Nobody will threaten it. You will have the field play where you will display whatever talent or whatever gift that has been endowed in you as a human being. As a matter of this fact, it is not only on the east. In the south, a lot of things are going on. South, though they don't want to talk about it, the politicians, they are claiming as if things are working well, but they are the ones suffering so much, because you can't tell me that somebody from Ogoni has oil in his land, and they can't go to farm. They can't even feed well. Oil spillage everywhere. They don't even have running water. They don't even have good roads. When they come out from their houses, all they meet is crude oil. They swim in crude oil. They look so blackish. Nobody cares about them. Today they have piped all the resources to the people that we know nothing about, to the people that have no relationship with us, to the people that we don't know where they come from. And today they have decided, because they have achieved their aim, to tell you if you like, they will be giving you only 3%, and they will take all. And all in Biafra, all the resources will be the ones to control your resources and be at the helm of affairs. And in Biafra, everybody will flourish as the sea flourishes during the wind. In Biafra, we will never begin to walk on the street to beg for what to eat. In Biafra, there will be no agitation, or there will be no protest against whether NDDC or these ones embezzle the money meant for your development. In Biafra, everything will go according to the law. In Biafra, your dictates will matter in a very high way. And that is why I'm calling all of us to make sure that the plans of the Janjaweed and some evil men in our land in Biafra did not work. We must defend our land with every resources we have. So when you are eating, always be it at the back of your mind that our land needs to be secure. When you are building that your hotel, be it at the back of your mind that hotel needs to be secure, that people will need to come there. Because nobody comes where there is insecurity. Nobody goes to where there is insecurity, where there is killing. So when you are doing that investment, always understand that there is this need to secure where you are. There is this need to make life very easy where you are. And that is why we must have to work hard. Be it you are an IPOB member or not. So far you are a Biafran and you love life. You love freedom. You love to be free. You don't need to be going around being afraid every time. You want to walk out in the night and come back safely, just like we are enjoying here in abroad. Then we need to put our heads together. We need to obey every order that is being given by the DOS. We need to always sit at home, and we need to always work hard to secure and protect and provide for our ESN, so that those men will be encouraged the more. I thank you all, and I know that all we are saying today, we don't hurt anybody, but we are saying it so that all of us will understand and know that we are talking that we are fighting for our survival. I thank you, our Mazi also. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. You have said it all. Thank you very much. That is a wonderful speech from Mazi Chimezie. Thank you very much, Mazi Chimezie. Biafrans and also our listeners, in nutshell, the takeaway is the point, and also our takeaway from the point he elaborated. He have already elaborated in a lot of issues regarding supporting our Eastern Security Network. But also, what we also take note of is for us to know that Zoological Republic, every time you listen, there is a repentant Boko Haram, 820, 1,500, different number. This so-called repentant is people they have now legitimized, give them official recognition from Zoological Republic, incorporated these men, so-called Boko Haram fighters, bandits, all these terrorists, Fulanis. They now incorporated them into military, incorporated them into police, incorporated them into navy, incorporated them different things, different security apparatus. They incorporated them, give them legitimized power to kill at will, send them to Ebony, another part of Biafran land. These evil men and evil women are claimed at will. They are Boko Haram agents, but now Boko Haram in a police uniform, Boko Haram in a social uniform. They are now being official awarded when you kill Biafrans. And some people are still doubting the resolve of to support the Eastern Security Network. And here they are. Every time they call, they tell you there is a repentant Boko Haram, and our people are not asking questions. Today, all of them are cooperated into Nigerian military, sent down to Biafran land to kill people, men and women at will. So when they kill, because they are staying north and claim, they claim without honor, they claim without anything. But now they claim official claim being supervised with the Zoological Republic government. This is called terrorists in uniform. In fact, legalized by Zoological Republic, giving them the power, go and do this. Now you have power to do it officially. When you do it in the bush, Zambia forest, that one is illegal. But now we're giving you mandate, come to East and do it. Then give them uniform, empower them, go and kill. Then kill our people with the help of our people, so-called governors. They're helping this way to kill our people. That is why all of us, Biafrans and lovers of Biafran, we must wake up and support Eastern security to preserve our heritage, to secure our ancestors' land. It's very, very important. That is why we shout on our top of our voice day by day for our people to hear and to do the needful. It's very, very important. That is taken away from Mazi, because those people you see in a uniform is to officially empower them to care our people, and nothing will happen. And that's what will happen. They have taken our people and nothing happened. They clean up whosoever they deem fit. Even the young women they see, they like them, they kidnap that person. Go and let them, and nothing will happen. So all these people are empowered by the government to do all manner of atrocity they committed on daily basis in the Biafran land. They are empowered, they give strength. Go on and do those evil, commit that evil, nothing will happen. And here we are. If we don't protect our ancestral land, nobody will do it for us. It's our responsibility for us collectively to do it. So thank you once again, Mazi. That is a take away from his point he made this afternoon. We really appreciate your effort. Without wasting more time, I think we are now about to winding down. We are about to close. To wind down from our topic we discussed today. Without wasting more time, I would also love to go back to our people to say their final remark, so that we now call it a day. I hope by special grace of Ojukwu we're going to come by next week. Without wasting more time, let me go to Mazi King David. Mazi King David, please, just a minute. You are closing the mark. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Onyisi, I thank you again. I thank every Biafrans worldwide and all the lovers of Biafran, all the lovers of freedom. I thank every single one of us, for this day. And I still encourage every one of us, just like we said before, a word is enough for the wise. For all that we have said, before, but we're supposed to have learned a lot from it. So we don't need to pushing or do this or do that. We know the right thing. The needful that we're supposed to do. And like I said before, this freedom we are saying is in our hand. It's in our hand. Everything is left for us. It's only when we need it that we can grab it. It's left for us, to just do it. Now the world is watching. Everything we are doing, every movement we are doing, they are not going to come to do it for us. No, it's left for us to do for ourselves. That's the one they now zoom in. That is it. So brothers and sisters, please, all the Biafrans, let us use one man and our Ojukwu brothers. Our Hausas, please, let us use one mind to do this and to make sure that we get this, our freedom. If we don't do it now, tell me when you are going to do it. We can't leave it for our children, because our own fathers, our forefathers, they had did their own. It's not left for us, to do it and get it for our children, so that our children will just for it. Thank you so much, my brothers and sisters, and thank you again for Onyisi Asian Rep, and I use this opportunity to thank our head of the Directorate, Mazi Cheka Edoziem, and the deputy, his deputy Anthony. I thank every one of us, and I'm using this great opportunity to thank our leader, able leader Onyendu, the man I respect so much. The man that everything for us. They are Jesus Christ of our own time. Our able leader Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi, and I wish you happy birthday today. Thank you so much, and thank every one of us.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much, Mazi David. Please, without wasting more time, please, a minute, please. Mazi Chimezie, please, you are closing the mark. Just a minute, please.
Yes, Onyisi, I want to thank all Biafrans for listening. I want to urge all of us to adhere to what is and be focused on what is going on. We have not come to hate anybody. We have come to speak the truth so that our people will hear. I thank all of you for listening. And I encourage our people at home to always be very vigilant, mind how we move in the night, and always watch our back. I want to also, on the issue of bringing down the flag, all of us have seen the order. And I want us, our people are on ground, to make sure that they do it wisely. They have to be watchful because we know how the zoo work. They might be standing their men here and there where they see the flag. They must use their wisdom even as we engage in this order. And at the same time, I want to thank our anchorer, Mazi Chineke. You are a man. You have been doing a great job. You are one of those that have been doing a great job in this struggle. Mazi Chineke, you are indeed a man. Manasim no bochintanai gaturino orange. Come on, I don't know how to thank you, but all I'm asking you is to be more focused. All I'm asking you is to Amaka. I thank you for all you have been doing, for using this time for us, and Chukwu Kabiyama will continue to bless and protect all of us. Our able Asian rep, it is honorable Ishafum Pabo Bukebo. I cannot, my mouth cannot, and my mind cannot comprehend, or my mouth cannot speak the great job you've been doing. It is all of us that are in this system that understands what is going on. You are a man, and all our prayers and all my requests, and the Machukwu Kabiyama is that these efforts that we will live to reap it, and the glory we shall live to see the glory. And regards to Onyendu Mazi and the Kanu, because at the end of the day, we will shout the shout of freedom and joy. He said.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much. That is a wonderful remark from Mazi to say. Without wasting more time, I'm going to Mazi. Mazi, can you hear me? Please, you are closing the mark.
Very well, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Dalo Onyisi, thank you very much, our very hardworking Asian Continental Rep, I must say. Finally, I want to thank Biafrans for listening to our renditions, our demands for our people to be focused today. We have talked to Biafrans on this platform of Radio Biafra, anchored by Chineke, and we're very grateful for him to anchor this program and bring the Asian coordinators to this place. Our Asian Rep Mazi Okeke, you are one in a million. You are doing great in this restoration effort. We thank you greatly. And then to our dear and the Holy One, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our Supreme Leader, we pray that Chukwu Kabiyama will continue to guide him, protect him wherever he is. And all the plans of the enemy, killing, stealing, destroying, we have no effect on him, and he will guide us into a free Biafra in time to come. My fellow Biafrans, it's time to take our destiny into our hands, because for decades, those in the corridor of power in our land have proved to be serving the enemy instead of serving us. Instead of serving us by providing for us, they have worked with the enemy to keep us in slavery through the zoo government. So we Biafrans in diaspora, we always stand with our fellow countrymen and countrywomen in Biafra land, and we will do all that we should, and we'll continue to push until we succeed in the final victory for Biafra. So my brothers, my sisters, my comrades, our fathers, our sisters, our children, all Biafrans and lovers of freedom and lovers of Biafra worldwide, I thank everybody today, and I believe we will continue to bring messages of hope, of support, and the messages that will bring the realization of the freedom of Biafra on this platform, Radio Biafra. Any day we have the time to come again, we will come back to you and keep on giving you this message of hope. Thank you, Onyindu, and thank you, Onyisi Mazi Oscar Okeke. Thank you, Biafrans worldwide.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much, Biafrans and all our listeners all over the world. Here we now calling it a day, but before then, let me use the opportunity to thank our leader, our Mazi Nnamdi, our spiritual leader, Ohamadike. We thank Ojukwu for his life, and we believe in no distant time he will rejoin us. No power can subdue him, no power can kill him. He will rejoin us in a life in good health. That he will lead us to this glorious nation called Biafra, by special grace of Ojukwu. And also we use this opportunity to thank our head of the Directive of State, Mas Cheke Dosiem, and also our deputy head of the Directive of State, Mas Tony Uzulumike, and all the members of the US and the other principal officers. We thank you all, and Biafrans in general, IPOB members, lovers of freedoms, and those people that are participating Biafran restoration, being it our partner in Western world, in Europe, in America, in Asia, in Oceanic, in the Middle East, whosoever you are that you have contributed and contributing one way or the other to see that this Biafran restoration is reality. I say, may Ojukwu bless you and your family. And we say to all our listeners, stay tuned next week. By special grace of Ojukwu, we're going to come back next week with a new information and also a new topic. And also, I want to use the opportunity to thank you again, our Machineke, our presenter. You have been doing a great work under the same leadership of Mazi and Kanu. You have been doing a great work. I say, may Ojukwu will continue to bless you. Please, GCK, keep on doing great work. Ojukwu may bless you and continue to bless you with wisdom and understanding. So, Biafrans, here we now calling it a day and handing microphone to Machineke. Maz Tony Obido, can you hear me? Microphone back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a very wonderful one from our Asian family. Thank you very much. I must thank you in a very special way, our Asian rep, Mazi Oscar Okeke. You are doing a very great job. I bless the name of Jehovah on behalf of your life for the wisdom given to you to be organizing such a great presentation by the Asian national coordinators to prove to the world that we are not hiding and we are resolute in all we are doing. Keep it up, our able rep, Mazi Oscar Okeke, and I pray that Jehovah Elohim will strengthen you. And to all my fellow comrades, the Asian national coordinators, you have done marvelous work. You don't know how far your words has gone. You don't know whom you have resurrected or given life back by all this marvelous speech you have presented. Keep it up, and before you know it, Biafra will restore. Before you know it, the enemy will release our leader. Before you know it, we will see ourselves in Biafra land lifting up that our marvelous flag. Thank you very much, and may the Most High bless you all. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyindu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafran television, and he's the commander of the armies of Biafra, the greatest man living on this planet Earth. And this broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Machineke. Thank you very much for being part of today's program, because I'm going to end our broadcast now because I have an important meeting, not just to attend, but to precise over it, which may last for hours. And on that note, I will not be able to continue with the broadcast. I wanted to see if I may take 1 or 2 calls from our listeners, but the time really is not on my side. I'm almost 30 minutes late for that particular meeting that I must precise. Very, very important meeting. So I thank you very much for being part of the program, and I encourage you to remain disciplined in all you are doing. Let us be disciplined. Very, very important. Let us be disciplined. Abide to the rules and regulation of IPOB. If you claim you love our leader, you want him to come out, do what DOS has asked you to do. I repeat again, if you claim you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, listen to Radio Biafra. I repeat again, if you claim you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, abide to the rules and regulation, the foundation he has set up. Not people trying to promote themselves. All lies everywhere. You claim you go here, you see this, all these things are lie. People just want to be somewhere. When they discover that they have risen to a certain level, you see them, they switch to politics and begin to do we must remember that we are Igbo people, and another Igbo man is coming to come and play this game. You must understand why we follow our leader is because he has been tested, not once, not twice, not 3 times. Look at him there now. He's also passing through it. He insisted. That is why we follow him. Not just somebody who just wake up. Even you woke before him and the person is leading you in prayer. You know, in those days when we woke up in the morning, we have to pray. Let's say you woke up around 6 o'clock and you have prayed. Somebody now woke around 8:30 and he want to lead you in morning prayer, whereby you have already cleaned your house and do some certain domestic work. That is how I see all the things, brother. Let's understand the game. If you believe you love our leader, you are doing what he asks you to do, or you are doing whatever you are doing because of the love, I am advising you to listen to Radio Biafra. Follow the order of the DOS. Whatever the DOS asks you to do is what we must do. See that home is coming. We will talk about it tomorrow in our broadcast. Thank you very much. And as we end this program with a word of prayer, Father, we thank you, Lord. We bless you. We give you praise. Be thou exalted, ancient of ancient, Jehovah Ninsi. You alone is God. Beside thee there is no any other God. We worship you. We adore thee. We glorify your name. Take glory, Almighty God. Take glory, Abba Father. Be thou exalted. We thank you for everything. We thank you for the strength, for the life you has given to us. Blessed be your holy name, my Lord and my God. Abba Father, Lord God Jehovah, we lift our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before you. Lord God Jehovah, the Bible says 1,000 may fall at his side, 10,000 at his right hand, but it will not come near him. Father, let it come to fulfillment that every plans of the enemy against his life will not come to pass. My Lord and my God, Abba Father Jehovah, we lift ESN before you, praying, Abba Father, that indeed you protect our ESN, your chariot which you have set up. My Lord and my God, that indeed the plans of the enemy will not work. In any area the enemy is planning, Jehovah Ninsi, let that plan be exposed before arrivals to the glory of your name. Let ESN defeat our enemy. Let them defend our land. Father, you have called them. Give them the grace, give them the strength to do this work to the glory of your name. Lord God Jehovah, Abba Father, I present Biafrans all over the world. Immortal Redeemer, continue to bless them. Continue to bless us. Open doors for us, O Lord God Jehovah. Protect your children. Heavenly Father, heal us. Those in detention, my Lord and my God, Abba Father, may your angel visit them to the glory of your name. Lord, we speak to the land, the Biafra land, O Lord God Jehovah. Let the land begin its judgment at this moment. Evil, let evil fight evil. Let the earth open and swallow evil. Evil doers, let them disappear, Jehovah Ninsi, that indeed the good one will continue to live in the land and glorify your name. Thank you, Abba Father Jehovah. Thank you, my Lord and my God. Father, this I pray at this moment and believe that thou hast answered as I make this prayer in the mighty name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. And I leave you with this word. Thou shalt rise and remember Zion. It is time to show her mercy, for the appointed time is now. Psalm 102, verse 13. Shalom.
The true goddess.
Cascades on it.
Biafran. When Nigeria they go singing Sagaza. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go singing Sagaza. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. When Nigeria they go singing Sagaza. from being Nigerians. No more president in Nigeria. No more governor in Nigeria. No more senator in Nigeria. Oluwado, grant them freedom. Give them freedom. The way Nigeria they go sigi sagaza, Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go sigi sagaza, Biafrans are pleading for freedom. The way Nigeria they go sigi sagaza, Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go sigi sagaza, Biafrans are pleading for freedom. Freedom of fire, freedom of fire, freedom of fire, do. Freedom of fire, freedom of fire, freedom of fire, do.
Biafra, up until the restoration of the stolen sovereignty of Biafra land is restored, and also to an extent to also serve Nigerian youths as well. I think since the whole protest started, we have been serving them very diligently every morning and every evening, and it is something that we should be able to continue into the foreseeable future, or until all the demands made by the young people are met by Asarok.
Could you tell us about your background, your parentage, schools attended, and all that, please?
Schools attended, my background is quite simple. My late parents, His Royal Majesty Ezekiel Kanu, and my mom as well, Lolo Mbeme, Ugeze, Lolo Mbeme Kanu. And I went to Lab Avenue Primary School, which was a model primary school in Umuahia, arguably one of the finest. And then I attended the best secondary school in the world, I believe, Fisher High School, then named Government College Umuahia, the same alma mater as Chinua Achebe, Kensira Wiwa, and Cyprian Ekwensi, and a whole host of other people who have gone on to at least make an indelible mark in our consciousness, if not in our society. And then from there, I went to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, where I spent about 2 years, and they weren't doing anything that I felt enhanced my ability to understand what I was there for. I had to travel to England, where I studied politics and economics at now London Metropolitan University. I've worked in various capacities. I'm actually the owner of Alpha Phoenix Consulting Limited in the UK, which is a consultancy firm, an economic development consultancy firm. I did actually work with a lot of people like Genesis and all the rest of them, where I held managerial positions until my calling. And that calling is to help restore the kingdom of God on the face of this very earth. And that's what we've been doing for very many years now.
Fantastic. So growing up, who were your heroes, your mentors?
I think my father was number one. Only two people in my life have seriously impressed me. One was my dad, that I was very close to, that I learned a lot of things from. We never actually spoke that very often, but I used to sit around and watch him conduct his counsel, the way he adjudicated in cases and the things that he did. And most of the morals that he left me with. I remember on one occasion, I asked my father, why is it that even after Sunday service, when we get back home, normally if I go to my friend's house and you ask after their father, they'll tell you that their dad is sleeping or doing something of that sort. But in my house, any time there's a knock on the door, my father will encourage us to open the door. And I kept wondering why. And he said, if you have nothing to hide, then you should be able to answer every knock on the door. That is why you need to keep your hands very clean. And throughout my life, apart from the time that these criminals, these savages came to my house, the police had never been to my house or the army with a hostile intent. Operation Python Dance on the 14th of September of 2017 was the very first time in my entire life that the army or the police entered my house with intention either to enforce the law or to kill or to arrest or to pillage or to destroy the very first time. So my father was number one. The second person is Thomas Sankara, the late Thomas Sankara, because of how he managed to turn Burkina Faso around from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso, and the miracle he was able to perform. For the very first time in living memory, it was demonstrated that should black people put their minds to something, they can make something out of nothing. From being a basket case, they became the largest exporter of food across West Africa under the, should I say, the leadership of this brilliant and very brave young man, Thomas Sankara. So just those two people.
Okay, fantastic. I think before we continue, it would be nice for me to ask if this is the real Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or the cloned one.
I can pull my ear for you. You can see I'm trying to exert as much pressure as I can. The clown in Asorok has 2 ears. I only have one. You can see my glasses. I can take it off. You can see there is no other appendage anywhere behind this one. It's only one. I can pull my nose for you. You know, it is me. In fact, I can even bring, if you'll pardon me, I have here with me the mask that everybody has to wear these days. You can see that my ear is not bent, is it? You can see that it's normal, it's not bent. But the clown in Asorok, when he's wearing his own mask, you see that his ear will be bent like that. Mine is not bent. So it is the real me. And of course, I have this mark here and it's unmistakable.
Yes, I just wanted to establish that you are alive because I read somewhere that you were dead. And so I wanted to be sure I'm not making history by talking to a dead man in heaven.
Not at all. I'm here live with you on this program.
Fantastic. So could you tell me some of the books that you read that might have influenced you? I don't want to say radicalized you. I would say influenced you.
Growing up was, as with most of my peers, is Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart. That is number one. Because it reminded us of who we are, where we are coming from, and where we should be heading to. So that very book was pivotal in shaping my understanding of my people and what needs to be done to rectify the damage that colonialism had done to our people. The second one I would say is Alex Haley's Roots. Again, in that very book, it reminded me or reinforced the need for the Republican zeal that burns in each and every Biafran, that we see ourselves as equal before any other race around the world, and our belief, cardinal belief, that all men are created equal before God. Given the heroic sacrifice those people made at Savannah in Georgia, in America, many centuries back. I also read Leon Uris's Exodus. It is about the Jewish Holocaust and the reestablishment of the State of Israel. Again, a very decent pointer towards where Biafra should be heading to. Those 3 books, Things Fall Apart, Alex Haley's Roots, and Leon Uris's Exodus. They're my 3 favorite books here.
I've read a lot about your religious beliefs, but could you tell us about your faith?
I worship the one true God in heaven that incidentally every religion on this earth believes, or should I say, worship as well. I believe I am a follower of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. I believe I worship where Jesus worshipped. I worship the same God that Jesus Christ worshipped. I praise the same God that Jesus Christ praised. And one of my favorite prayers actually was the prayer that Jesus prayed when he was asked to teach the disciples how to pray. And he said, "Our Father who art in heaven," which goes to confirm the supremacy of Almighty God in heaven, bar none, the name above all names. And it is exactly the religion of my forefathers. My ancestors worshipped God and God alone. We answer Ojukwu. From the names we give our children, we glorify God. And if you go to my village right now, all you hear about Ikechukwu or the Nakachukwu, everything is about God. So I don't need to be tutored or to be told by anybody who God is, because God is ever present in our lives, and that is the God that I worship. Sometimes people tend to mistake it because the only modern interpretation of that very religion is Judaism. The only modern interpretation of this ancient religion is modern day Judaism. So that is why I tend to gravitate towards Judaism. But as I said, I am a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. But I practice Judaism in the main.
I was privileged to meet the late Chief Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu in his lifetime. In fact, Ovation had exclusive access to his wedding, to his wife, Lady Bianca. What was your relationship with him? Did you ever meet him? And did you draw inspiration whatsoever from him?
Yes, he is our eternal leader. And that was the title that I gave to him in recognition of the very stellar work that he did, trying to save a people that didn't want to be saved. And also, I had come in contact with him in London. We invited himself, Peter Obi Chekwasokore, to come to London. That was in the year 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And I consider it an honor that where he stayed, the hotel he stayed in London, I paid for it. So I...
Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Ojukwu nwa Igbo niile Jemonu, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ofonye Chukwu zitelanye.
My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I lead the indigenous people of Biafra, and also I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. And my job and my duty.
Ahamadike, happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Ojukwu nwa Igbo niile Jemonu, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you. Ahamadike, happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ofonye Chukwu zitelanye, the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye Chimaka kanyi nwele onwanye, mama ya no nwulu n'ija, papa ya no nwulu n'ija. Ndị lotikwula aka ka fagbuo ya, ma Chukwu bịa na so siri ike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ike adịla anyị, ife ama megi mancha, Igbo niile na anyị nọ n'ekpele. Biafra niile na-ekpekwalụ kepele ijecha na-ekenata igejikwa mmeri wenata n'ụwa ọhamadike Igbo niile. Happy birthday to you, we celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obozimaka Umune Kifane wishikwa ki many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Megi Mancha, Foni Bonine Jemono, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwa Kikabia Makosi Eki Ohamadike. Mazi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Ibo nine tata nani na kwanyelu maka tata bobosi amula wa savior Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ohamadike. Ohamadike. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Odogwu nwa Igbo niile jemono, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you, Ohamadike. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ofonye Chukwu zitelanye, the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye Chimaka kanyi mwelo wanyi, mama ya no nwulu nija, papa ya no nwulu nija. Ndị letikula kaka fabuo ya, Ojukwu bịa na sosirike o. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu igadilani, ifama megi mancha. Igbo niile nani no nepele, Biafra niile nepekwalu kepele ijecha n'ikenata igejikwa mmeri wenata n'ụwa ọhamadike Igbo niile. Happy birthday to you, we celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obozimaka Umune Kifane wishikwa ki many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Megi Mancha, Foni Bonine Jemono, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwa Kikabia Makosi Eki Ohamadike. Mazi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Igbo niile tata nani na kwanyelu maka tata bobosi amula wa savior Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike. Ohamadike, happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi. Ohamadike, happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, happy birthday to you. Ojukwu nwa Igbo niile Jemonu, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you. Ohamadike, happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ofonye Chukwu zitela anyị, the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye Chimaka ka anyị nwere onwe anyị, mama ya nọ nwụrụ n'ija, papa ya nọ nwụrụ n'ija. Ndị letikwula aka ka fagbuo ya, ma Chukwu bịa n'azụ siri ike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ike adịla anyị, ife ama megi ma ncha. Igbo niile na anyị nọ n'ekpele, Biafra niile na-ekpekwalụ kepele. Ijecha na ike nata, ị ga-ejikwa mmeri wee nata n'ụwa. Ohamadike Igbo niile, happy birthday to you. We celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obosimaka Umuneki Fane, wish you back. Many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Megi Mancha, Fani Bonine Jemonu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Chukwu Kika Biama Kosieki, Ohamadike. Maxi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Igbo niile tata nani na kwanyelu, maka tata bụ ụbọchị amụla wa savior Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike.
The whole wide world will welcome the rising sun. Here comes the time for everyone to see that what will be, will be. This is the time for you and I to stand together as one. Yeah. They will know, they will know. The sun is rising from east to west, from north to south. Can't you see the sun is rising? Oh, you wave your flag and be proud of who you are. Because the sun is rising. We're shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. We spread spent our lives in pain and misery. Never gonna trade our freedom with any mystery. It's affecting our soul and it's killing us slow. With what we've been through, we are far from being good, but we are blessed by Ojukwu Biafra. So we're never gonna give up. We're never gonna give up. There'll be light in the end of a tunnel. It will shine so bright all time. The whole wide world will embrace us. Nobody can stop us, nobody can cage us, nobody can stand us, yeah. They will know, they will know. The sun is rising. From east to west, from north to south. Can't you see the sun is rising? Oh, you wave your flag and be proud of who you are. Because the sun is rising. We're shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. The windows and curtains, green lights be revealing. When I think about how blessed we are, goosebumps all over my body. Sunrise to the clock strike. Black strands crossing grey stripes. Clashes upon clashes, many lives turn to ashes. When I ponder and reminisce, the actions I see malice. Blood on the ground, this is how we fly. Our beautiful flag, all around the world. Blood on the ground, this is how we fly. Our beautiful flag, all around the world. We go carry the cross together, we walk through to Zion. We stumble, we rise, how the victory will start. They will know, they will know. The sun is rising. From east to west, from north to south. Can't you see the sun is rising? I still wave your flag all over the world. Because the sun is rising. I still be shining so bright all over the world. We are the sun, we are rising. They will know, they will know, they will know. Our light shine, the sun is rising. Wave your flag anywhere you are. Yeah. Can't you see the sun is rising?
Ahamadike, happy birthday to you. Ahamadike, happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi. Ahamadike, happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Ojukwu nwa Igbo niile jemono, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you, Ahamadike. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ofonye Chukwu zidelanye, the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye chimaka kanyi mwelo wanyi. Mama ya no nwulu nija, papa ya no nwulu nija. Ndị lotikwula ka fagbuo ya, ma Chukwu bịa na sosiri ike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ike adịla anyị, ife ama megi mancha. Igbo niile na anyị nọ n'ekpele, Biafra niile na-ekpekwalụ kepele. Ijecha na ike nata, ige jikwa mmeri we nata n'ụwa. Ahamadike Igbo niile. Happy birthday to you, we celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obozimaka, Fane wish you back many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Maggie Mancha, Fani Bonine Jemono, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwaki Gabia Makosieki, Ohamadike. Mazi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Ibo nine tata nani na kwanyelu. Makatata bobosi amula wa savior. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ohamadike, happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Odogu nwa Igbo niile jemono, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you. Ohamadike, happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu dogunwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ofonye Chukwu zitela anyị, the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye Chimaka ka anyị nwere onwe anyị. Mama ya nọ nwụrụ n'ija, papa ya nọ nwụrụ n'ija. Ndị lotikwula aka ka fagbuo ya, ma Chukwu bịa na so siri ike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ike adịla anyị. Ife ama megi mancha. Igbo niile nani nọ n'ekpele. Biafra niile na-ekpekwalụ kepele. Ijecha na ike nata. Ige jikwa mmeri we nata n'ụwa. Ohamadike Igbo niile. Happy birthday to you. We celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obozimaka, Omuneki Fane wish you back many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Maggie Mancha, Fani Bonine Jemono, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwaki Gabia Makosieki, Ohamadike. Mazi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Ibo nine tata nani na kwanyelu. Makatata bobosi amula wa savior. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ohamadike.
My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I lead the indigenous people of Biafra, and also I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. And my job and my duty is to serve the people of Biafra up until the restoration of the stolen sovereignty of Biafra land is restored, and also to an extent to also serve Nigerian youths as well. I think since the whole protest started, we have been serving them and serving them very diligently every morning and every evening. And it is something that we should be able to continue into the foreseeable future, or until all the demands made by the young people are met by Asarok.
Could you tell us about your background, your parentage, schools attended, and all that, please?
Schools attended, my background is quite simple. My late parents, His Royal Majesty Ezekiel Kanu, and my mom as well, Lolo Meme, Ugeze, Lolo Meme Kanu. And I went to Labra Avenue Primary School, which was a model primary school in Umuahia, arguably one of the finest. And then I attended the best secondary school in the world, I believe, Fisher High School, then named Government College Umuahia, the same alma mater as Chinua Achebe, Kensira Wiwa, and Cyprian Quincy, and a whole host of other people who have gone on to at least make an indelible mark in our consciousness, if not in our society. And then from there, I went to University of Nigeria and Nsukka, where I spent about 2 years, and they weren't doing anything that I felt enhanced my ability to understand what I was there for. I had to travel to England, where I studied politics and economics at now London Metropolitan University. I've worked in various capacities. I'm actually the owner of Alpha Phoenix Consulting Limited in the UK, which is a consultancy firm, an economic development consultancy firm. I did actually work with a lot of people like Genesis and all the rest of them, where I held managerial positions until my calling. And that calling is to help restore the kingdom of God on the face of this very earth. And that's what we've been doing for very many years now.
Fantastic. So growing up, who were your heroes, your mentors?
I think my father was number one. Only two people in my life have seriously impressed me. One was my dad, that I was very close to, that I learned a lot of things from. We never actually spoke that very often, but I used to sit around and watch him conduct his counsel, the way he adjudicated in cases and the things that he did. And most of the morals that he left me with. I remember on one occasion, I asked my father, why is it that even after Sunday service, when we get back home, normally if I go to my friend's house and you ask after their father, they'll tell you that their dad is sleeping or doing something of that sort. But in my house, any time there's a knock on the door, my father will encourage us to open the door. And I kept wondering why. And he said, if you have nothing to hide, then you should be able to answer every knock on the door. That is why you need to keep your hands very clean. And throughout my life, apart from the time that these criminals, these savages came to my house, the police had never been to my house or the army with a hostile intent. Operation Python Dance on the 14th of September of 2017 was the very first time in my entire life that the army or the police entered my house with intention either to enforce the law or to kill or to arrest or to pillage or to destroy, the very first time. So my father was number one. The second person is Thomas Sankara, the late Thomas Sankara, because of how he managed to turn Burkina Faso around from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso, and the miracle he was able to perform. For the very first time in living memory, it was demonstrated that should Black people put their minds to something, they can make something out of nothing. From being a basket case, they became the largest exporter of food across West Africa under the, should I say, the leadership of this brilliant, and very brave young man, Thomas Sankara. So just those two people.
Okay, fantastic. I think before we continue, it would be nice for me to ask if this is the real Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or the cloned one.
I can pull my ear for you. You can see I'm trying to exert as much pressure as I can. The clown in Asarok has 2 ears. I only have one. You can see my glasses. I can take it off. You can see there is no other appendage anywhere behind this one. It's only one. I can pull my nose for you. You know it is me. In fact, I can even bring, if you'll pardon me, I have here with me the mask that everybody has to wear these days. You can see that my ear is not bent, is it? You can see that it's normal, it's not bent. But the clown in Asorok, when he's wearing his own mask, you see that his ear will be bent like that. Mine is not bent. So it is the real me. And of course, I have this mark here and it's unmistakable.
Yes, I just wanted to establish that you are alive because I read somewhere that you were dead. And so I wanted to be sure I'm not making history by talking to a dead man in heaven.
Not at all. I'm here live with you on this program.
Fantastic. So could you tell me some of the books that you read that might have influenced you? I don't want to say radicalized you. I would say influenced you.
Growing up was, as with most of my peers, is Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. That is number one. Because it reminded us of who we are, where we are coming from, and where we should be heading to. So that very book was pivotal in shaping my understanding of my people and what needs to be done to rectify the damage that colonialism had done to our people. The second one, I would say, is Alex Haley's Roots. Again, in that very book, it reminded me or reinforced the need for the Republican zeal that burns in each and every Biafran, that we see ourselves as equal before any other race around the world, and our belief, cardinal belief, that all men are created equal before God. Given the heroic sacrifice those people made at Savannah in Georgia, in America, many, many centuries back. I also read Leon Uris's Exodus. It is about the Jewish Holocaust and the reestablishment of the State of Israel. Again, a very decent pointer towards where Biafra should be heading to. Those three books, Things Fall Apart, Alex Haley's Roots, and Leon Uris's Exodus. They're my three favorite books here.
I've read a lot about your religious beliefs, but could you tell us about your faith?
I worship the one true God in heaven that incidentally every religion on this earth believes, or should I say, worship as well. I believe I am a follower of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. I believe I worship where Jesus worshipped. I worship the same God that Jesus Christ worshipped. I praise the same God that Jesus Christ praised. And one of my favorite prayers actually was the prayer that Jesus prayed when he was asked to teach the disciples how to pray. And he said, "Our Father who art in heaven," which goes to confirm the supremacy of Almighty God in heaven, bar none, the name above all names. And it is exactly the religion of my forefathers. My ancestors worshipped God and God alone. We answer Ojukwu. From the names we give our children, we glorify God. And if you go to my village right now, all you hear about Ikechukwu or the Nakachukwu, everything is about God. So I don't need to be tutored or to be told by anybody who God is, because God is ever present in our lives, and that is the God that I worship. Sometimes people tend to mistake it because the only modern interpretation of that very religion is Judaism. The only modern interpretation of this ancient religion is modern day Judaism. So that is why I tend to gravitate towards Judaism. But as I said, I am a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. But I practice Judaism in the main.
I was privileged to meet the late Chief Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu in his lifetime. In fact, Ovation had exclusive access to his wedding, to his wife, Lady Bianca. What was your relationship with him? Did you ever meet him? And did you draw inspiration whatsoever from him?
Yes, he is our eternal leader. And that was the title that I gave to him in recognition of the very stellar work that he did, trying to save a people that didn't want to be saved. And also, I had come in contact with him in London. We invited himself, Peter Obi Chekwasokore, to come to London. That was in the year 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And I consider it an honor that where he stayed, the hotel he stayed in London, I paid for it. So I had sat with him on a few occasions and benefited from his immense counsel. The reason why we want to honor him by restoring Biafra. And only then will the whole world know in how much esteem we actually hold him. To us, he's an icon. To us, he's our Moses. To us, he is the forebearer. To us, he is everything. And Ojukwu to us, it means a whole lot more than people can ever imagine. And the few times that I sat with him and he spoke, he said a lot of things. In fact, the role that the British played during the war, he was the one that made me to actually realize what they did and the need for us to be very careful. The journalists that were interviewing him, especially from BBC, in their typewriters were, should I say, listening devices that were transmitting everything Ojukwu was saying all the way back to London. And that made it possible for them to sabotage that very effort, or should I say, to undermine it, especially what transpired at Aburi, that we now have the tapes and records of. So I sat with him and I discussed with him, and it was very informative, very fruitful, and I learned a lot from him, something that will continue to guide me as we proceed on this very important and critical journey towards the restoration of Biafra.
Fantastic. Now we'll get to the area of my bazookas. Now it's time to fire a few bazookas at you.
Go ahead.
You've been seen by many as waging a war against your country, Nigeria, by seeking a Biafran nation. What led to your decision?
First of all, Nigeria is not my country. I was born a Biafran. My birth certificate reads Biafra, and no one has ever changed that. The fact that I was at some point or the other in possession of a Nigerian passport does not actually confer upon me their citizenship. I saw the Nigerian passport as a mere travel document because my birth certificate issued at the time of my birth reads Biafra. Nobody of a sane mind will condone or accept what is happening in Nigeria. I believe that genuine attempts have been made in the past to try to remedy the wreck that Nigeria is today, but there was a palpable unwillingness on the part of the powers that be to do something about it. I detest suffering and pain. I hate to see people suffer. I hate to see people in pain. The only thing that propels me, the only thing that drives me towards this very agitation is not born out of hatred for anybody, but a desire to test freedom in our time. Nigeria was not constructed by a Yoruba man. If it were, I would have perhaps accepted. Nigeria was not created by a Fulani man. If that was the case, who knows, I may accept. Nigeria was not created by a Hausa man either. It wasn't created by a Nupe man. It wasn't created by a Gwari man, never created by a Ojukwu man. Nigeria was not created by an Ijo man, not created by an Ibibio man. Nigeria was created by a white man and named by a white woman. The name Nigeria means awful, bad, evil. It means nigger, which is a swear word, is a slur in America. If a white person calls a black person nigger, they might end up in jail. Then why should I answer a name that is abhorrent before God and before man? Nobody came from all these ethnic groups. They never got together to say, as from today our name should be Nigeria. A white man determined that. I cannot go to England and say to English people, I want to rename Liverpool. I want to give it another name. I'm sure they'll think I'm mentally, unstable and put me in jail. Now, the problem is this. Why should Africans accept the name Nigeria? It doesn't mean anything in Yoruba language, doesn't mean anything in Hausa language, doesn't mean anything in Igbo language, but yet we are Africans. So I see it as a relic, or should I say a vestige of racism. I see Nigeria as an abomination, not just before God, but before man as well. Those with common sense, that is the reason why I like Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara changed the name from Upper Volta, that had no meaning, to Burkina Faso. Now, I wonder why educated, very savvy, and enlightened Nigerians cannot see it. You have half of Yoruba land in Benin Republic. Some are in Togo. For over 20 years, I have been a very vocal advocate of a Yoruba nation that will also encompass the Yorubas in Benin Republic and those in Togo, because they are Yoruba people. Wouldn't that be very wonderful? Why should white people come from Europe and decide that some Yorubas should be Togolese, some should be from Benin Republic, and some should be from Nigeria? You're a Yoruba man. What do you have in common with a Kanuri man? Absolutely nothing. But I can tell you, you have something in common with a Yoruba man in Togo. You have something in common with a Yoruba man in Benin Republic. Why should you see a Kanuri man as your fellow citizen in Nigeria and not a Yoruba man who lives just a stone throw from Badagry? So these are the anomalies that Africans need to sit down to address. That is why we have arrested development. That is why nothing seems to be working. Because the convergence of these diverse value systems from the core Arewa North, from the West and from the East, is making it impossible for Nigeria to function as a viable state. And that is a recognition that we must, at this very point in time, be able to address as educated people. Not that I hate Nigeria. I hate the name. I despise it with a passion. If you allow me, I wouldn't exist tomorrow morning. Anybody who answers or addresses him or herself as a Nigerian is a product of neocolonialism, not something that I am prepared to accept, because Nigeria never existed until Flora Shaw gave her that name, Nigeria. Before that, you had Oduduwa, before that, you had Biafra, before that, you had Kanu Empire, and all these wonderful and weird civilizations. Now, a white man cannot come from Europe and then create an identity for me. Only God in heaven can do that. And I can give an identity to my dog. The only thing you can name are your children and your pets. They are not our fathers. They are Caucasians. We are Black Africans. They have no right being in Africa and giving us names. And that I will never, ever accept.
Military and security experts have said it is impossible for any country to fight 2 civil wars without monumental repercussions. Have you considered this? And what lessons did you learn from the last Nigerian civil war?
The lessons that I will learn from the last war, if I can begin by addressing your last question, is that we should not have given up. Even though we were overawed as a result of a global conspiracy of unprecedented proportions. Biafra Nigeria war was the Third World War, because in that war, if you leave Nigeria and Biafra alone, Biafra would defeat Nigeria anytime, any day. Pound for pound, Biafra would defeat Nigeria anytime, any day, and I make bold to say this. But Britain got involved. They imposed a no-fly zone over Biafra land. They imposed air, land, and sea blockade to stop us from getting food and arms. But they went behind the back of the world to negotiate with Russia to supply arms to go on. They even brought in Egyptian pilots to fly their planes for them. Nigeria has never won any war in its history. Ordinary Boko Haram, they are begging Niger, they are begging Chad, they are begging Cameroon to help them. They've never won any war. The only thing they specialize in doing is killing civilians, as they did at Lekki Tollgate. That's what they can do. Nigeria has never fought any war. An army is meant to go out to win territories for the country that it claims is coming from. The same way that Lugard led an expeditionary force to come to create Nigeria for the crown in Britain. Nigerian soldiers have not done that before. Anywhere they go, they're humiliated and they come back. So I wouldn't actually see, I wouldn't describe what transpired between 67 to 70 as a Biafra-Nigeria war. Is Biafra versus the whole world. The United States was ambivalent. They never actually, should I say, participated as they should. Britain was there running the whole show. They destroyed Aburi Accord, destroyed the agreement reached between Ojukwu and Gowon. They came back and they instigated a war. That was all they did. There was not, I wouldn't see it as a war. And I want to let Nigeria understand this. There is that tendency, that what I call the Fulani Janjaweedism, there is that tendency to intimidate, that tendency to terrorize, that tendency to subdue, overraw, and then conquer people. It is not going to happen in our time. They will try, but they will fail. The more they focus their attention in the East, the more the terrorists that they themselves spread in the North will overrun them there. So I am not in any way, shape, or form either phased or overawed. They will come again because it's in their nature, and this time around they'll be roundly defeated.
Well, I think with due respect to our men and women of armed forces, I believe they are well rated. I visited them in Liberia. I visited them in Sierra Leone. In Liberia, we were controlling 10 out of 15 counties. In Sierra Leone, in fact, we actually lost one of our brigadiers, and the Sierra Leoneans are eternally grateful to us, because but for the support from Nigeria, both countries, I don't know what would have happened to them. In fact, at the time, Professor Adeniji was the head of UNANSIL in Sierra Leone. I think it would be unfair to describe as military as weak. It is possible, yes, that they got support from somewhere else. Of course, there are allies. That's why you had NATO. In fact, it's one of the reasons a lot of people are angry with America under Trump, that he has virtually collapsed the relationship, military ties to other countries. So I'll leave it at that. But then I want to go to the next question. The Igbos are obviously marginalized in the political configuration of Nigeria, but they have done extremely well globally in business, in sciences, in commerce, and so on. Won't they risk a lot of these spectacular achievements if you decide to go the way you want to go?
I should have thought that your question should be along the line of, had those people been in Nigeria, don't you think that Nigeria would be a better place? For instance, but it's never happened and will never happen for the following reasons: resentment, envy, and the need for the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate to dumb down a standard of excellence so that everybody can become an Alumajiri. That's exactly what I have done. I am not shocked nor surprised that we are recording not just, Igbo people or Biafrans, but Yorubas are doing the same thing as well all over the place. It's there. What I then want to ask people is this: why is it that we cannot wake up one morning and hear that there is one Fulani mathematician in Florida doing very well, maybe working for NASA? Why is it that we have not woken up one morning to hear there is one Fulani man or woman voted in as a mayor or as a parliamentarian somewhere in Europe? It will never ever happen, because that is not their orientation. That is not how they were brought up to see society. The recognition of people's skills and talent is a prerequisite for the driving of any progressive society. That hasn't happened in Nigeria, because if you're not from the North, may God help you. Why is Nigeria suffering today? Nigeria is suffering because of successive regimes of mediocrity and sub-standardization, for the simple reason that people do things based on ethnicity. People want to protect their tribe. Even if they're performing very badly, they want their tribe to become preeminent. And in the process, those men and women who are skilled, who are well-read, who are well-learned, they get forgotten. And then, of course, they travel abroad, and you can see their excellence come to the fore. And that's exactly what has been happening. What we are saying is that once we have Biafra, they will all come back home. And Biafra will quite rightly become the light of Africa and black people all over the world. Because without Biafra, black Africa will keep floundering, and there can never be any progress.
I'm sure you know that politics is a game of number. And it has been theorized that the domination you complain about of the, what you call the Fulani hegemony, has been made possible because of the lack of unity amongst the peoples of North Central, Southeast, South-South, and Southwest. And that if they unite, they will be able to end the perpetual dominance of the so-called Northern oligarchy. Do you agree?
100%. And that was why some of us threw our weight behind our children. Some people will say, refer to me as a youth, but I'm not. I'm a very old man. I may look young, but I'm a very old man. Now, the reason why we supported our young people was because for the first time in living memory, we managed to bridge that divide, to bring everybody closer around an issue that is of importance and concern to all these people. Were you not surprised when, following what transpired on the 20th of this very month, the same people that have failed and will continue to fail, the same leadership structure, or should I say the same cozy boys club that they formed, if your father is passing on, he will hand you over to the next buffoon to groom you in this politics of mediocrity that you find in Nigeria. Were you not surprised and shocked that the same people managed, or should I say succeeded, in introducing the tribal and ethnic dimension into what we are doing? Those of us in the South, those, I am proud of the should I say, the understanding that those of us in the East have with our Yoruba brothers in the West, and of course, as time goes on, also Middle Belt. There is now a recognition that we are our own worst enemies. In Katsina State, there are other tribes other than Hausa and Fulani. In Katsina. In Bauchi, the same thing. All across the north. It is not a homogeneous society. The only thing that binds them together is just their language. Underneath, if you scratch the surface, you will begin to see a lot of, they have more ethnic groups in the north than you have in the south. Many more in the north than have in the south. But over the years, the Fulani oligarchy have managed to should I say, moderate their differences. And despite what is going on underneath, they have always succeeded in presenting this united front for the north. Anytime we try that in the south, they bring in their, what people are referred to as professional gossipers. They bring in people who will always do their best to divide us, because the north understands. Any day the Igbo and the Yoruba put their differences behind them, get their acts together, for goodness sake, Nigeria will be a better place. Everybody knows that very well. So in order not to allow that to happen, they now appoint, or should I say rig, our governors into office. They go to Ohanese, they bribe a few people to go to Afani, they identify one or two people to, should I say, to groom, to do their dirty jobs for them. And what is that dirty job? You saw it in full view and in full display on the 20th. People that claim they went to school, people that claim they are senior advocates, people that claim they're enlightened, were the ones that introduced the tribal and ethnic dimension into that very successful protest. And you can see where we are today. They are rejoicing in the north. They're having fun in the north. That thing they have always done, once again, they have done it. But of course, they cannot break us. This time around, we just want to let them understand this, the unity between the Igbos and the Yorubas is deeper than EndSARS protest. It is far more fundamental than they can even imagine.
Now, is Biafra your only option, or you are willing to work with other so-called oppressed peoples to form a union like it is in the United Arab Emirates?
Everything depends on what the people want. I am a Democrat. I am a Republican by genetic disposition. Anything the people want is what they're going to get. My dream and my mission is Biafra. Let's say during a referendum, people decide we want to be, yes, Biafra is good. We can answer Biafra within a union that comprises of Middle Belt, of Oduduwa and Biafra with a new name. Who am I to say no? I'm a Democrat. Whatever the majority decides is what I'm going to do. But as for us, we are pursuing Biafra. And I will also help the Oduduwa people to pursue the Oduduwa Republic. I will help the Middle Belt to do the same. But one thing is paramount. Should our people decide at a referendum or plebiscite to say we want to maintain a semblance of union with Oduduwa and the Middle Belt, who am I to say no? I am a Democrat and I will go with it. But my primary concern now is the restoration of Biafra.
An audio surfaced recently, I think about 2 weeks ago. It was sent to me by a family member, in which your voice, we heard your voice, directing your operatives to hit certain targets in Lagos. What led to this in a state that has really embraced the Igbo people of Southeast and South extractions? If that was your voice, do you regret the action, and are you willing to apologize for it?
It is my voice, but what I said was cut and joined together to suit the very message or narrative that our detractors were, should I say, determined to peddle. If you listen to the whole broadcast that I made, you will find out that that very audio that those people, those charlatans put out there in the public domain is not exactly what I intended. But I have said this before and allow me to repeat. If by making the pronouncement that I made on that very day that I was misunderstood, or that the true intentions of what I was wishing or willing to convey was somehow misconstrued, then I apologize for it. Because I believe that it is very, very important that we understand this. I wouldn't want to do anything, either knowingly or unknowingly, to inflame passions in the West. I wouldn't wish to do anything that will cause my Yoruba brothers and sisters alike to think, should I say, to become jittery about what our true intentions are. You made reference to your operatives. I was addressing Nigerian youths right across Nigeria, not just in Lagos. And given the heat of the moment, people were being massacred. I'm not sure that most of those commentators and apologists for Asorok have had their homes invaded before. When Fela speaks, you can hear the way that Fela speaks all the time about Nigeria Army and Nigeria Police. Why? Because Fela was a witness when his house was invaded, and the mother died as a result of it. There's something happened to me. As a result of Nigeria military invasion of my house, my father is dead, and my mother is dead as well. So when people like us with a first-hand experience of the brutality of a very primitive security architecture in a country as backward as Nigeria, you can then begin to appreciate where we're coming from. If I spoke out of turn, if people who listened to what I said misunderstood the true intentions behind the words that I uttered that night, then I do unreservedly apologize, because nobody can divide the Yorubas and the Igbos anymore. It's not going to happen. They will try, but they will not succeed. That I can assure them. What is of concern to us is that those responsible for the slaughter of those people are held responsible. The same way I hasten to add that those who are responsible for the murder that Wike ordered today going on in Obibo will be held accountable. They will and must be held accountable. I do apologize if I offended anyone, but no offense was intended in the first place. I gave an order to Nigerian youths right across the board to do what they did because the Nigerian state is evil. They believe in killing their own children. They believe in suppressing free speech. They believe in breaking up peaceful assembly with the use of force. That type of nonsense must come to an end. And they must be taught a lesson, and that was exactly what we did.
Okay, let me confess that it was actually that audio that led me to looking for you. You see, I believe that journalists must help their nation to understand some certain people and personalities like yourself. And I want to say at this stage that I'm sending my special thanks to two people. One of them I can mention publicly, the other would not want me to mention him. And the first is Femi Fanikaude, my very dear friend and brother. I contacted him because I knew there is a special bond between the two of you. And he contacted someone else who contacted you. And I want to say thank you to both of them so they know themselves. What is the relationship between you and Femi that every time I see that you are in the same direction?
He is very brave. He is urbane. He is polished and very erudite. He is a scholar and a conscientious one at that. You know, in Nigeria, you have scholars, people who just study for the sake of it, people who just read for the sake of it. He practicalizes what he understands to be humanity. And that is why I love him, I respect him, and I call him a brother. He epitomizes what any intellectual should aspire to be. You intellectualize, that is very true or very good, and then you must have a human side to yourself. He is de-tribalized, as you well know, and I'm sure that in time to come, he will have a very great role to play, if not in Ududuwa, but also in Biafra. If Biafra were to come tomorrow, I will take him. And I'm sure that he will have a lot to contribute in making Biafra a better place for everybody to be in. So I have not only love for him, but also have regard for him.
Now, I'm sure you are aware that there are efforts to start a movement that will bring the Yorubas and the Igbos together and closer. Are you willing to play a major role in that union?
Yes, we are doing ours on the ground. You saw the protest on the 1st of October right across the world, Yoruba One Voice and IPOB. So we are doing ours. That was why I categorically stated, and without any equivocation, that the bond between the Yorubas and the Igbos can no longer be broken by anybody. They will thrive, but they will fail. It can't be broken anymore. So I am more than willing and able to serve in whatever capacity that's required of me to make sure that these two great nations pilot the affairs of Black people in Africa going forward. Because without them, Africa is doomed, more or less.
Now, I will plead with you to take the next question very softly. Because as a Christian, I believe my faith teaches me to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. So which means I respect constituted authority. My question is about your best friend, our president and commander. Now, you propounded this theory of a cloned man, and that our current president is a Sudanese man called Jibril. Do you agree that your information might have been wrong, and you're also willing to apologize to him for that error. Anybody can make a mistake.
No, not at all. Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they called a lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures that were circulated at that point in time, you will see the smug, or should I say, the forlorn faces of northern governors. A minute silence was held at the AU for a late Buhari. Even Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, also penned a condolence message to the people of Nigeria before the cabal took over and asked her to rescind it, which she did. Buhari is dead, and I'm prepared to stake Biafra on it. If you, Dele Momodu, can go and prove to me, I'm not asking you to do anything too complex. If you can go and ask this man you call Buhari, whoever it is in Asorok, to come outside, don't do very much, address a panel of Nigerian youths, maybe 20 of them, and speak Buhari's mother tongue, which is Fulfude. I will give up Biafra, I will apologize to him, and I will submit myself to any authority on this earth to do with me as they please. There is no Buhari. Jubril was there. Jubril followed Abakari to Cuba and ran away from there and never came back. The man you have now in Asorok is from Niger Republic. His name is Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad. That's his name. Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad. Even Shekau knows who he is personally and was mentioning his name as well. It is not Buhari. The old Buhari that you and I know, the country cannot be burning and he will restrict himself to only 12 minutes of edited broadcast. Impossible. Impossible. Anybody that knows Buhari, even if he's dying, he must speak because he fought in his own understanding to keep Nigeria one. Anything that impacts or threatens the territorial cohesion and integrity of Nigeria, the old Buhari, in fact, he will be in Lagos. The old Buhari will be in Lagos, I'm telling you. But this little, have you not seen him with his fresh hands of a 35-year-old? He cannot wear this. He cannot wear this. Because if he wears this, his ear will bend because it's rubber, silicone. We know about AI technology. It's deep fake. Please Google it. You're a media man, you must know this. I can replicate this very interview with your face showing us having this conversation, but it is not you. You also saw that some, would I say, some eagle-eyed investigators managed to discover that there was actually a microphone, a loudspeaker on the table. It's everything that they claimed that Buhari was saying was coming from a loudspeaker. From a loudspeaker. Very, very sad indeed. These are the things that the world must understand and come to terms with. That the person you are calling Buhari is not Buhari, and I can stake my life on it. If he comes out tomorrow and takes, or should I say, address any press interview live without Garba Shehu doing this, telling people to cut. If he can come out tomorrow, a panel of journalists will, in fact, no, not journalists because some of them are corrupt, youths will address him. There and then you will know that Buhari is no more. There is no Buhari. No country. How can you have a country you claim you're proud of, and that country is run by 10-minute video recorded every 4 months? What sort of country is that? Every 4 months you issue a pre-recorded video to address 200 million people. What an insult. What an insult. In a time of crisis, there is COVID-19, people are agitating, they're very restive. The only thing you can do is 10 minutes video. Laughable and absolutely absurd. And no sensible person should be able to tolerate it. Buhari is dead, and I stake my life on it.
Please don't stake your life on it, because I am very, very convinced that he is alive. I have been meeting Buhari since 2010. Okay, and the last time I met him was 2 years ago inside Aso Rock with a former president of Africa. I met him, we interacted, he cracked jokes with me, he even said, Dele, it seems you've added weight. I am telling you that I am not foolish not to know the person I've been seeing for 10 years. I've worked closely with him on his campaign, and yes, you could have your theory why you think. You see, my own theory is different. Because he was very sick, a lot of people thought that he would die, and God restored his life. And I think that is why you think he is dead. I am personally convinced that he's alive. I believe that a man like President Olusegun Obasanjo will not go and hold any meeting with a cloned president of Nigeria. If I can't vouch for any other person, I know that Obasanjo will never agree. He will talk.
There is a saying where I come from, Dele. If you see something that is greater than your farm, you sell your barn where your harvest of yam is, where you store your yam, because that is the greatest thing that any Igbo man has in the olden days. If you see something that is greater than your farm, you sell your barn. And you could be a robber. They do not want to expose that the fact that Buhari is dead, because everybody depends on the oil and gas coming from Biafra land. Without oil and gas, Nigeria will be worse than a banana republic. There will be nothing happening there. Nigeria runs what is called a rentier economy. You sell oil and gas to import everything you need, including toothpick, including Indomie and pasta. So what is called the doctrine of stabilization. If you come out and you announce that Buhari is dead, there will be pandemonium everywhere. In fact, the US government feels that if they allow a precipitous collapse of Nigeria, it may impact the wider region. That is what the Africa desk at the State Department has been doing for very many years. So if you expose the fact that Buhari is dead, it will cause pandemonium, and there will be regional destabilization, and you will have a whole lot more of foreign terrorist groups to contend with. Now you have 7. Many more will come up. They do not want to turn northern Nigeria into another Yemen, Afghanistan, or Syria, or Somalia, for that matter. That is the only reason why they're keeping quiet, and everybody is hoping that he will make it to 2023 so that Aisha can go with the boyfriend and relax, because Buhari is dead. Absolutely dead and confirmed. Look at the hands of your, I can become a trained. You ever seen that little boy they call Tagwe that used to mimic Buhari, speak the way that Buhari does, crack Buhari jokes? That little boy is an Igbo boy. They've not given him a Fulani girl to marry. You know that little boy called Tagwe, he's a comedian. He mimics Buhari. These things happen. People can mimic Obama. People can mimic whoever they want to mimic. There are expert actors who can do all of these things. But let me make this very clear to you. It's a very simple thing. I'm not asking for a DNA test anymore. If Buhari can hold a meeting, the man you call Buhari, with Nigerian youths to ask him questions and speak his mother tongue Fufude, then I will give up. But I can assure you categorically that you are one of those that they have deceived, but they cannot deceive us. It was a well choreographed, well planned, and executed with military precision. They knew what they were doing because Britain is in charge. Britain is in charge. The same way they took charge of the NSAS protests. You were there, you were watching. When British High Commissioner went to Lagos, did not see the Lagos State Governor, Petso Tinubu. Not up to 48 hours, the army came and started shooting. And now, as they say, the rest is history. The people controlling you are those that created you. The people that made you a Nigerian are those now in charge of your lives. You are not in charge of Nigeria. They are, and are the ones running the show. And maybe next week, you get another 10 minutes video recorded. The old Buhari couldn't have done that. Ask Obasanjo, how many times did you allow them to broadcast a recorded speech in a time of national crisis? How many times? Obasanjo will tell you no. Jonathan, the same thing. Only this thing that they put up there. Now, I will ask you to put on your face mask. Put it on. Put on your face mask. Let us see. Do you have one with you?
Yeah.
Ask them to bring it for you. Put it on. Your ear will not bend. Your ear can never bend. It's impossible because you're a human being. You have cartilage in your ear. But if this ear is made of silicone, as the one that Aisha's boyfriend is wearing, once you put on mask, your ear will bend. Simple. And that is why we have common sense and brain. Keep asking yourself. They took a picture with Jonathan, with everybody, with Yemi Oshibajo. None of them had their ears bent. Only Buhari's ears were bent. Others were wearing the same mask, but only Buhari's ear was bent, meaning that it's made out of rubber, silicone. The person that's not Buhari can never ever be. Please go ahead.
Okay, so do you have a map for Biafra? Where will it start from and where will it end?
First of all, do you know that if I ask you now, Dele, how many states do you have Igbo people in Nigeria? How many states would you tell me? It's a simple question. You're a journalist.
I would say everywhere.
No. I mean where they are indigenous to, where they come from. There could be Igbo people in Lagos. They're not from Lagos. They're Igbo people. If I ask you right now, how many states in Nigeria do you think that Igbo people are indigenous to? How many would you say? 5 Southeast states? After all, that is the Igbo territory. Is that what you will say?
Yes.
I have a surprise for you. It is 13. Igbo people are indigenous to 13 states of Nigeria. 13. As I told you, those who created Nigeria are in charge of Nigeria. And in order to weaken, to diminish, to render irrelevant every aspiration of an Igbo man, Britain decided to advise the Janjaweed Caliphate to keep redrawing the map until we now have only 5 states. Igbo people are in 13 states. And now let me answer your question. The map of Biafra starts from wherever women tie 2-piece wrapper and ends where they stop tying 2-piece wrapper. In other words, Biafra land starts from Kogi in the north, in Igala land, Idoma, Igede, all the way to Ikodomikodo, Idu land, in Udo, and going down to Bakassi, after Cross River State, and to Bonny and to Opobo in the south. All these are Biafran territories because if you go there, all the
13 states. I want the 13 states, please.
You want me to name for you the 13 states that make up?
Yes, please.
Kogi, are there Igbo people in Kogi? I'm sure the answer is yes.
Yes.
Indigenous. Are there Igbo people in Edo State? Yes. We agree. In Edo State, there are Igbo people. I'm not talking about Ubiaja, which is Ishan. We'll come to that later. I'm even talking about a place called Igbo Akere. Igbo Akere. Are there Igbo people in Delta State? Yes. Are there Igbo people in Benue? In Benue State, I'm asking you, Izi community is in Benue State. They speak Igbo. The largest market you have in Benue belong to the Igbo communities in Benue State. Are there Igbo people in Cross River? Yes. So Igbo people are in Cross River. Are Igbo people in Akwa Ibom? Yes. Itu is in Akwa Ibom. There are Igbo people there. Are there Igbo people in River State? Are there Igbo people there? Of course there are. 90% of River State is Igbo. Are there Igbo people in Bayelsa? And you'll be shocked. YES is the answer. There are Igbo-speaking people inside Bayelsa itself till tomorrow morning. The same way you have Ijo people in Ondo. Are there Igbo people in all the 5? I've counted for you the 6 states that make up the so-called South-South. Imo, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi.
Yeah, you've mentioned 9 now. 9 states. 1, 2, 3. Kogi, Edo, Benue, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, Ondo.
Have you added? No, not in Ondo. We're not in Ondo. Igbo is not in Ondo. What is in Ondo is Ijo. Ijo is in Ondo, not Igbo. But okay. Ijo is Biafra. I will get to that later. And then you add the 5 southeastern states. You have Imo, you have Anambra, you have Enugu, you have Ipob, you have Abia. Add all of them together.
Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, Abia,
Enugu.
1, 2,
add it to the 6.
Okay.
5 southeastern states.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think one is missing somewhere.
One cannot be. 6 states of the south, 5 states of the southeast, then Kogi and Benue, and then you get 13. In all these places, you have. I'm not telling you about where they are trading, where they are doing business. People from there are Igbo. They are indigenous.
And you think Kogi would agree to go with Biafra?
No, it's about a referendum. We are asking, what we're asking for is that part of Kogi where women tie 2-piece wrapper. That's all. Your mother will tell you where you come from. If you look at your mother when she dresses up to go to church or to go to a function and she's tying 2-piece wrapper, one on top of the other, then you know you're a Biafran. And that's what they do in Kogi, in Enugu State, in Benue State, in Cross River State, all the way down. You can go all the way down to Edo State. It is there till tomorrow morning.
Don't you think you are likely to hit the brick wall if you try to go expansionist, if I could put it that way?
I am an Igbo man. With all due respect, my dear brother, the Yorubas may be comfortable leaving Yoruba people in Togo and the Benin Republic and calling somebody from Sokoto State their brother. I don't intend to do that. Wherever you have Igbo people, they must be together as one. We are not leaving anybody behind. We cannot leave anybody behind. It was the Fulani Janjaweed and the British that caused this problem. You cannot come to my land, you take an Igbo community, you give them to Benue, you give them to Kogi, and you say they're from the north. Ohanese may tolerate it. I will not tolerate it. I can't tolerate it. I am not going to leave one single Igbo community anywhere. They must be part of Biafra. They must be part of Biafra.
What happens? Let's say the other people that you are fighting get provoked and they decide to call your bluff and say, okay, Igbo people in Kaduna, in Katsina, in Sokoto to detent Israel. How would that fit into your plan?
Quite frankly,
before you answer, let me do it as a double warning. And what if the Igbos in those places say they are not interested in joining you?
Hallelujah. We say good riddance. Everything we are doing is based on the consent of the people. There must be a referendum, or should I say referenda, which is the plural, right across the board. We are going to ask people, ethnicity by ethnicity, where they wish to belong. If they say we want to be part of the Janjaweed North, where once in a while you lose your daughter, your wife could be raped, oh well and good. We let them go. I am a Democrat. I'm not going to force anybody to do anything. And Biafra must come via a referendum. People must agree to it. We are not forcing anyone to do anything. Everything we are saying and doing is geared towards one outcome, a referendum. If they agree, fine. If they don't agree.
So who is going to organize this referendum that you've been talking about?
The United Nations will have to organize it at the right time. They will.
If it is not organized, what is your plan B?
We continue with civil unrest and civil disobedience, boycott of elections. As one of our great heroes said, we will boycott all boycottables until we get what we want. The British never wanted to leave Africa, but they did. Russia never wanted the Soviet Union to break up, but it did. Serbia never wanted Yugoslavia to break up, but it did. Sudan never wanted South Sudan. They never wanted South Sudan to be free. They're free today. Ethiopia never wanted, excuse me, Eritrea to be free, but today Eritrea is free. So that tells you all you need to know. It is not in their hands because you know what? power belongs to the people. Anything we want is what we're going to get.
Once again, I want to ask this. Do you think this dream is realizable without a war? And are you prepared to fight another war?
This dream can be realized without a war. And let me put it this way, as soon as the people, the various ethnic groups in Nigeria realize what Nigeria means to each and every ethnic group, they will subscribe to our position. So it is realizable without a war. Before the white man came, let me ask you this, because it's an interview, which means you can ask me questions and I can ask you. Before the white man came, was there any Nigeria? Before the white man came, did Nigeria exist? It's a simple question that I'm asking you. Did Nigeria exist before?
It didn't, no.
It didn't exist. Then why are African people, black people dying over something that they did not create? Did any Yoruba man create Nigeria? The answer is no. No Igbo man created Nigeria. No Hausa man did. No Fulani man did. No Kanu man did. No Ojukwu man did. When you come to Nigeria, it's always a debate about it is our turn. It is our turn. It is our turn to rule. Now there are over 250 main ethnic groups in Nigeria. If you keep rotating the presidency every 8 years to each and every ethnic group, times 8 by 250. How many years are you going to get? So some people will die many times over. They will reincarnate many times over. The presidency hasn't come to them. Nigeria is a joke and an absolute mess. It was not created by black people. Therefore, it cannot be sustained by black people. I want to see an Africa where a Yoruba nation, a Yoruba mega nation extends from Togo all the way to Edo State. That's what I want. Because that is authentic Africa. I don't know why Africans are so beholden to something that is alien to them. Are you a white man? The lugard that created Nigeria is a white man. What are you doing as an African defending something that a white man created out of, should I say, a racist intent? Nigeria was an ordinary company, Royal Niger Company, an ordinary business venture that the British converted into a nation. And Africans are killing themselves trying to maintain something that a white man created. Sometimes I wonder what type of God made African people. I don't understand it. And that is why you have this neo-colonialism. That is why the British High Commissioner had to go to Tinubu to ask him, how do you end this protest? Because if this protest continues, you're jeopardizing our oil. Nnamdi Kanu can use it as an advantage to go and get Biafra. They asked the army to go in and kill people. You people are being ruled by your colonial masters. Your fate is not in your hand. You're in a country that is 60 years old, so to speak. There is no electricity. If I am a Nigerian, I can't come out and say I'm a Nigerian. I'll be ashamed of myself. For 60 years, you have no electricity. For 60 years, no good roads. For 60 years, no good schools. For 60 years, your politicians are traveling abroad for medical treatment. I ask you, what is there to be proud of about Nigeria? Name one thing you can be proud of. Name one thing. Is a question I'm asking you, Dele. Tell me one thing you can be proud of in Nigeria.
Nigerians are amongst the brightest people in the world, including the Igbo people, of which you are one. You're a very brilliant man. That is Nigeria in your DNA.
I was born a Biafran, not a Nigerian. Nigeria is a historical mistake.
Was there a birth certificate at that time that wrote Biafra on it?
Of course, yes. You want me to show you? I will show it to you. I can email it to you. It's not here with me right now. I can email it to you. My person is Biafra.
I don't mind.
I will email it to you. So you see, what I'm asking is, if Nigeria never existed until the white man came, why are you as a black African man defending it? What's a white man created? Why? When you have Yorubas in Benin Republic, Yoruba is in Togo, they speak your language, they eat your food, they dress the same way you do, you have the same culture, the same value system, the same orientation, and I'm asking you, and the white man came from Europe and said, oh, you are Yoruba from Togo, you speak French. You're Yoruba from Benin Republic, you're going to speak French. But you're Yoruba from Nigeria, you speak English. Are people not perturbed by that? That level of dehumanization, that level of subjugation. You see, the one thing that shocks me about Africa and their class of intellectuals is the fact that they are willing to swallow hook, line, and sinker anything the colonial master gives to them. And I've asked you this very question. Can you go to Europe and create a country as a black man? The answer is no. Then why must you accept what a white man is doing in Africa? Do you see why we are poor and very backwards? Do you see why Nigeria can never have 24 hours of electricity? Never, ever, ever, ever. Because the foundation is faulty. The orientation of Fulani Janja, people were protesting SARS killings in the south. Fulani people in the north, you are busy having fun and laughing and smiling. And you want to be in the same country with them. Your value system, your reasoning, your understanding, your orientation can never ever be the same. Never be the same. Why did Britain leave the EU? Then I'm asking you, are they not Christians? Are they not Democrats? Don't they believe in free trade and voting people in and voting them out? But then why did Britain leave the EU? Why? The same Britain that left the EU is asking me not to leave Nigeria. Nigeria that is only 100 years old. Your grandfather was not a Nigerian. Was not. So why must you throw away the history of your family, the rich history of Yoruba people? Because a white man called the place Nigeria. Why must you do that? Why? Can I go to England and name them and name them Albania and say all your history is now gone? We are doing our ancestors a disservice. And let me tell you why Black Africa cannot go forward. Some people, not you, some people accepted this nonsensical balkanization of Africa with their useless flag independence. And your ancestors are in the grave. Your ancestors that existed before the white man was born, they're in the grave. You jettison their history and their identity. You banish it, you denigrate it, you insult them by accepting this garbage called Nigeria, and you want them to be happy with you. That is why no Black African country can see development. No Black, you see South Africa. When whites were running South Africa, everything was good. Now Blacks took over. Look at what is happening. Because even the land of Africa itself is angry with us. We went to school for a reason. The reason why you go to school is to question certain things. And the question is this: why is it that you as an African, you're willing to kill, to die for something a white man created when they cannot do the same thing for you? You see how they are not equal to us. You see why they are always better than us. And nobody can tell me with any ounce of conviction or justification the reason why Yoruba people should be in Togo, in Benin, and in Nigeria. Why can't they be in one country, the same way that the English people are in one country in England? Or should I say in the UK? These are the things that we must ask ourselves.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi, Kanu. I mean, you are very passionate about your beliefs. Nobody can take that away from you. So now we get to the stage where I already jotted down some questions from members of the public. The first is that you hold a dual nationality. So they are saying you have a choice, you have an option. What about those who have nowhere to go?
The reason why you are interviewing me today is because I got lucky. My parents didn't get lucky. People who were in my house did not get lucky that very day. They died. My dog also died. Jack, they killed my dog. Now, listen very carefully. People don't understand. You see, there is a level of flippancy in Africa, and should I say, we don't interrogate any concept or phenomenon with a great degree of sincerity. Why do I have a Nigerian passport? The same way that Awolowo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, held onto a British travel document. Did that stop Awolowo from fighting for Nigeria to be independent? I'm asking you a simple question. Did that stop him? Awolowo went to Glasgow to study. He
British document.
Exactly. He traveled abroad. Awolowo traveled abroad to study. He read economics in Scotland, and he came back, probably even on British scholarship. The fact that Awolowo was availed of free education in England and traveled to England by ship in those days with British papers, did it stop Chief Awolowo from fighting for independence of his people?
And I must say, he was a lawyer.
Thank you. Sorry, I do apologize. I do apologize. He was a lawyer as well, but he also read economics. Do you know he read economics as well? He also read. He's a lawyer. I agree. Now, I'll ask that question again, so you answer, so that the whole world can hear. Yes, the fact that Awolowo went to England and studied, or let me say Britain and studied, United Kingdom, came back, became a lawyer and an economist. Did that stop Chief Awolowo from campaigning for independence from Britain? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Hearing you, yeah. I understand your logic, yeah.
Now, the same thing with Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. He traveled to the US. He studied. He traveled to the US with British papers. As somebody traveling from a British colony, he went to the US and he read, and he came back. And a Yoruba man, incidentally, let me tell you why they don't want Yorubas and the Igbos to be. A Yoruba man identified the talent in Nnamdi Azikiwe and appointed him the secretary of NCNC. That Yoruba man is Herbert Macaulay, a Yoruba man. And Zik fought with the likes of Awolowo until Nigeria became free. Why didn't they say, in those days they were very intelligent? Nobody said to Zik, oh, you went to England for free, you studied, you have their passport, now you're fighting and saying they should go. Because in those days, our fathers, they had brain. I'm sorry to say this generation, I don't know what's wrong with them, is a social media indomie generation. And I hope that after this evening, they will become, should I say, more enlightened as to the issues. I no longer hold dual nationality. I used to have dual nationality for convenience sake, just to travel out of Nigeria, not for anything. And my hatred for Nigeria didn't start today. I've always hated Nigeria. It's a very useless place. Only a fool can say, I am a proud Nigerian. There's nothing to be proud of. Absolutely nothing. You have nothing. Individually, you're brilliant. The Ngozi Okonjo-Iwealas of this world, our brother who is at Africa Development Bank, very smart and very brainy, yes, as an individual, but collectively as a group, the most useless 200 million people in the whole world. Nothing is coming out of nothing, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So how can I be a proud Nigerian? Ordinary light you don't have. No, simple light you don't have. How can I be a proud Nigerian? Thank you very much.
Now, your governors have virtually rejected Biafra. Those are the most senior representatives of the people. So this person is asking, how do you want to deal with that situation?
How many governors do we have per state?
One.
I think it's one, isn't it?
One governor per state, yes. But they
and in a democracy,
they control and yes.
How many, during election, how many times does the governor vote?
Once.
Okay. So the people will decide, not a governor. We are not Fulani Janjaweed. We don't have feudal lords in our land. We are Democrats or Republicans. You have only one vote. Only one vote. One governor, one vote. People may dissent, they're entitled to their opinion. One governor, one vote during the plebiscite or referendum. and there is nothing they can do about it. The majority says they want Biafra, so the views of the governor, of course, may be taken into consideration, but it doesn't count because they are in the minority. We are not Fulani people.
Someone has asked, how are you funded?
We are the largest movement on the face of this very planet Earth. IPOB, indigenous people of Biafra, we're all over the world. And our people are very, very generous. They fund us. No politician, no millionaire, no billionaire, nobody. Ordinary people in the diaspora and people at home. They fund this well-oiled machine all over the world. That is why we are formidable. We owe it to them. We don't have any godfathers. That is why I speak the way I do. If there's anybody who can say they are funding us, come out and say it. Nobody does. Ordinary people do. Because everybody wants freedom.
Someone is asking, if you say you are asking for a referendum, how come you sometimes apply force, the use of force and coercion?
That is the only thing the Fulani Janja would understand. Nigeria is a rogue creation. Nigeria is where vandals and bandits abound in political office. Nigeria is not a civilized society and can never ever be. You saw the way they were behaving. You give rice to a governor to give to people, the governor will steal it and keep it. Palliate it that he did not buy. The only language they understand is by breaking into those warehouses and taking what belongs to you. The criminals and the hoodlums here are the governors, not the people who are hungry. I don't know why in Africa we always want to turn the narrative upside down. So you're telling me that Fulani can come to my place and rape my mother, abduct my sister, and I'll be clapping and praying and doing hallelujah and doing prayer and fasting. Nnamdi Kanu is not like that. We hunt them down, we pursue them, we catch them, and we deal with them. As simple as that. If people can tolerate that type of rubbish, we can't take it. Never, ever, ever. Never.
You said you are a Democrat.
Yes.
Does democracy allow the use of brute force?
Is Nigeria not a democracy? But they were in Lekki shooting people that their constitution says should not be shot. People praying and singing national anthem, we are shot. A constitutionally granted right. The state of Nigeria violated it. They are the ones that brought violence, not us. As they say, those of them that make peaceful revolution impossible, they make violent revolution impossible. They make it possible, rather. Those are the words of John F. Kennedy, not mine. An American Democrat who. And people talk about democracy all the time. The modern Britain you have today was forged in a revolution led by Oliver Cromwell that toppled the monarchy of King Charles I. Today, England is doing very well. France talks about democracy, but their democracy was forged in the heat of a revolution that toppled the reign, I think, of King Louis XIV or is it the 15th, I don't know, and Marie Antoinette. America, they hold you to account today if you're not democratic. America was forged in the battle of a revolution fought and led by George Washington. I don't know if we read all these things at all or not. I mean, I think Nigeria should employ me to write their curriculum for them so they can train sensible, reasonable people. People graduate from schools in Nigeria, they come out far more foolish than they actually went to school with.
Someone has asked, are you not afraid for your life? And what happens?
I am dead already.
And at what happens if anything happens to you now? Do you have succession plans?
I am dead already. I was pouring some water, I do apologize. I am dead already. The only thing that can bring me back to life is Biafra. This life is meaningless without freedom, not just freedom. As I said before, I traveled to England to study for a reason and for a purpose. You cannot tell me that in England, They have gas piped all the way from the Scottish gas fields. There is 24 hours a day electricity. There is gas. If you're homeless or if you're unemployed, the government can give you what is called housing benefit. You can pay your rent and live in a decent home. They also give you money to feed as well. If I cannot do those things for my people, then my life is meaningless. So as I am right now, I'm already dead. I'm only waiting for Biafra to revive me and to resuscitate me. And I feel and I do pray that most other Africans should feel the way that I do. Because Africa is a failure because we fail to address the core and the key issues affecting our lives. We intend to change that. And by the grace of God Almighty in heaven, we shall be successful. My life doesn't matter anymore. What matters is Biafra. Everything else is irrelevant. And the zoo government, they know it. Everything is irrelevant. The only thing that matters to me, God is my witness, is Biafra, nothing more. I'm not doing anything. I don't have a car. I have nothing. The only promise I said to God is, give me Biafra, that's all. I don't want anything else. What am I doing with money? What am I doing with cars? I don't need them. The Biafra I do need.
Now, someone says, if you disagree so vehemently with the English people for what you believe they've done in Nigeria, how come you accept their protection?
They are not protecting me. I'm sure if they have a chance to kill me, they will kill me. They're not protecting me. The only people that ever protected me was the state of Israel. Nobody else has ever protected me. Only Israel did. So if they have a chance to kill me, they'll kill me. What protection is the person talking about? I said it before. Chief Obafemi Awolowo went to UK to study. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, because there's one good thing about the UK. If you study there, your eyes will open. You see how vocal and vociferous the protest in London was. Because we understand their game, we know the way they play it, and we feel sorry for our people that they cannot see what we have seen. But one day, who knows, their eyes may open. But as I keep saying, anything we do to ensure that freedom comes, not just to Biafra, to Duduwa, but to everybody, every ethnic group, I am all for it.
So could you tell me a bit about your project, the Radio Biafra?
Radio Biafra
of the Radio Freedom under Abacha. So I know a bit about pirate radios. So that's why I'm asking.
It's not a pirate radio. It's not pirate. Radio Biafra is registered in England. It's not a pirate radio. It is actually registered. It's not a pirate radio. That was the argument they were making before. And when they asked the UK to shut down Radio Biafra, UK told them we can't. It's a legitimate business. You know, it's a legitimate concern in the UK, so we can't shut it down. So it's not pirate. And we build our own transmitters. I don't know if you know that. The FM that you listen to in Lagos, if you're in Lagos right now, if you hear my voice tomorrow morning or the voice of any of the presenters tonight, we built ourselves. And I believe in encouraging ingenuity. Everything we have, we built ourselves. Because, of course, God is with us. And our mission and cause is noble. That is the history of Radio Biafra, and we keep expanding. And I do hope that before this month runs out, which is just a few days away, that Radio Biafra will be in Katsina broadcasting in Daura. Radio Biafra will be in Daura broadcasting. And they will complain, but they can't do anything about it because we are far ahead of them.
What are you doing in Daura when you said Buhari is not there? So what will you be doing in Daura?
No, they challenged us. Their MDC challenged us. They said they're going to buy equipment worth, is it 700 million to disrupt what we are doing? So in response, I said, I'll put a radio inside Daura and I'm going to do it. I will. There'll be FM in Daura very soon. Educating the Janjaweed and
you cannot be jammed.
Who can jam it? Who is the person who can jam it? This is the technology from Biafran and you cannot do anything about it. That is why the Catholic line is running helter-skelter to stop Biafra, because they know that once Biafra comes, maybe an African country can now put a man on the moon. They don't want that. because they know what we can do. And I'm saying it out in the open. They should try all they can to stop us. They cannot stop us. Eventually, we're going to win. Because this is God's project, not man's project. It's God that said, Biafra must come. Not man.
On this note, I must say a big thank you to you for a very, very elucidating session. And I am definitely educated about you. I may disagree with you on a number of things, but a lot of people didn't want this interview to take place. I told them, I hate censorship. I was a victim of censorship. Everybody must talk. If you don't talk, nobody will know why you do the things you do. And those who disagree with you must still get to know more about you. And I must say, I am very, very grateful that you agreed to speak to me. And I hope very soon again, when we have cause to speak to you, at least now we've established this contact. And I really appreciate your agreeing to talk to me. Thank you so much, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you, Dele. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you.
My dear viewers, it's been, I told you it will be the mother of all the interviews, and so it has been. Thank you all. We'll be uploading, and I'm sure a lot of newspapers will get some news out of this. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye now. Thank you.
Amadike, happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Ojukwu nwa Igbo niile Jemonu, the savior of Igbo land. Happy birthday to you, Amadike. Happy birthday to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you. Tata kamulu doguma Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ofonye Chukwu zitelani the savior of Igbo land, the savior of Biafra. Ofonye Chimaka kanyi nwele onwanye. Mama ya no nwulu n'ija, papa ya no nwulu n'ija. Ndị letikwula aka ka fagbuo ya, ma Chukwu bịa na so siri ike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ike adịla anyị, ife ama meki mancha. Igbo niile na anyị nọ n'ekpele, Biafra niile na-ekpekwalụ kepele. Ijecha na ịganata, ige jikwa mmeri iwe nata n'ụwa. Ọhamadike Igbo niile, happy birthday to you. We celebrate you now and forevermore. Happy birthday to you. The indigenous people of Biafra, we are wishing you many more years to you. Many more years to you. Obozimaka Omuneki Fane wishikwa ki many more years to you. Many more years to you. If I'm a Meki Mancha, Fani Bonine Jemonu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Chukwu kika biama kosieki Ọhamadike. Maxi Michael, I'm wishing you many more years. Igbo niile tata nanyi na kwanyelu, maka tata bụ ụbọchị amụla wa savior Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Happy birthday to you.